I have 7 on my time. Are we ready to record?
Yes.
Okay, give me 1 second.
I'd like to call this meeting of the Kenmore Planning Commission to order on Tuesday, April 1st. It is 7 p.m. Clerk, will you please take the roll?
Yes, Commissioner LaSalle,
Here.
Commissioner Macias,
Here.
Commissioner Olson,
Here.
Commissioner Dorian,
Here.
Commissioner Vanderlid,
Here.
Vice Chair Thompson,
Here.
Chair Banashinsky.
Here. The next item on our agenda is the land acknowledgement.
We acknowledge that the city of Kenmore is situated upon the ancestral lands of the Snohomish, Snoqualmie, Soxhawtl, Duwamish, Stillaguamish, Tulalip, Suquamish, Muckleshoot, and other tribes who are a part of the Coast Salish peoples. We recognize and express our deepest respect for their enduring stewardship and profound relationship with this land, which they have cherished and protected since time immemorial. We honor the First Peoples, acknowledge their vibrant cultures, and commit ourselves to learning from their wisdom in our journey to promote justice, equity, and mutual understanding. We pledge to stand alongside these communities in acknowledging past injustices and working toward a future that respects and celebrates the diverse heritage of this land.
And if you will please join me in rising for the flag salute.
Flag of the United States. Republic for which it stands.
And next, we have public comment. Is there anyone signed up for public comment?
There is no public comment online or in person tonight.
All right. We will move right along to the next item on our agenda, which is the consent agenda. I will entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So moved.
Okay, I'll second that. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, this consent agenda is approved unanimously. And now we are to the very exciting part of our meeting. Continued review of draft middle housing regulations.
Good evening, Planning Commissioners. We have Nick and Clay with us from Kimley Horn this evening, and also later will be joining virtually Lindsay Masters with Arch. Tonight is an important meeting for the Planning Commission. I think you have the information in front of you to be able to make a decision to move a set of amendments related to middle housing forward for public hearing. That's the goal. I understand you have a lot of questions about and trying to get it right, and I understand that. We could probably spend months answering questions. However, it's important that we get the right set of amendments moving forward that truly reflect the direction that you gave early on in terms of your priorities for addressing the regulations, not only to comply with state law, but also to make it Kenmore's law that makes sense for Kenmore. And you've given direction, including things like only wanting it to apply in certain areas, excluding those areas that you want to ensure that there is environmental protection. That's just one example, and there are many like that. But there are a few questions that are still outstanding that we want to make sure that we have direction, and that's where I would like to focus the discussion this evening. And hopefully in answering those 3 questions that were in the memo, it will answer many of the other specific questions that you have. So in the event of efficiency, I would like to start there, and hopefully we can get through this discussion from the Kimley Horn section of code that they've been working on within, I'm going to say we can do it under an hour. There's a challenge for you. After that, then let's focus on the inclusionary housing aspect. Again, this is something that it's not a requirement to do, but the state law allows you to do this as an option when you are increasing density. So again, at the last meeting, you gave direction to bring back options for inclusionary housing, and those are in the packet. And there are some key questions, again, that we need to address for that set of codes to be able to move it forward to public hearing, hopefully on the 15th. So I've spoken enough. I don't want to take any more time. I will now turn it over to Clay and Nick. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, members of the Planning Commission. We appreciate it. We, as Debbie mentioned, have just a couple of questions for you tonight. A lot of them are reminiscent of the questions that have been asked. So they touch on a lot of the same topics. So in going through them, as Debbie's mentioned, the hope is that we can go through a number of the questions that you have as well. So we will launch right into these questions. They were in the staff memo, I believe, as well, but we have them here in this presentation. And the first really centers around height. There were some questions around why we had different incentives that either promoted a higher height or a lower height, and they were really tied to different things. And so we're trying to get direction tonight of, would you like to, regarding height, the current is 35 feet. There's 45 feet in R6 with some restrictions. But in terms of height for middle housing types, would you like to see 45 feet, which can get you 4 stories, with a corresponding decrease to the maximum impervious surface requirement, meaning basically buildings will take up less space on the individual lots, or a decrease in height to 2 stories with a corresponding decrease to rear and side yard setbacks. The intent there being that developers still need to get a certain amount of space inside the unit, but there's less impact in terms of a height on neighboring properties when they go closer to a neighboring property. So trying to, those two, essentially balance out some, potential benefits that you all as a planning commission have expressed you want to see, as well as, the ability to get a diversity in these types of housing types. And then lastly, we could just maintain the existing standard, just keep 35 feet and apply that and make no changes to setbacks or anything relating to impervious surface requirements. So those are the sort of 3 options that we'd like you to weigh through.
I will open it up to the commissioners, but can I ask a question of clarification before we do
Absolutely.
that, just for maybe the benefit of everyone? Are you presenting these options to us, A and B, as either or could we adopt both?
Good question. As currently shown and currently drafted in the code, both options are in there. So you could do A and B. You could have both in there.
Okay,
And you would essentially be giving somebody who wants to come build the option to take a lesser setback, because maybe the parcel is a smaller parcel, so they're more constrained that way, and it would be more beneficial to have a smaller setback, and they don't care about going as high up. Or maybe it's the parcel characteristics are more beneficial if they have a taller building.
okay. And the second question of clarification, again, for the benefit of all of us, I understand the benefit that we would accrue with option A, the decrease in impervious surface. Can you talk a little bit about what the benefit would be to the decreased height and decreased setbacks? Is that to encourage a certain housing type and the benefit would be therefore more variety, or is it something different?
Is one way to encourage a variety of housing types. You could get a broader footprint, maybe more beneficial for like stack flats where you have everybody on basically one floor. And so one floor is essentially one unit. It also, in situations where maybe homes are closer together and you move from the 10 and 5 side yard setbacks to a smaller setback, it means that instead of having a 3-story structure next to, say, a 1-story existing house, some of that you have a 2-story next to a 1. So there's that benefit as well.
Okay, thank you. So fellow commissioners, I'm excited to hear your thoughts. So who would like to go first? Commissioner LaSalle?
Thank you very much for that. My perspective is that I definitely want the houses that exist that could be converted to be converted, but I would want to do that in a way that doesn't impact the green part of the lot/property, so the garden part, to protect as much our tree canopy as possible and green spaces and distances between houses. So if I understand that properly, if given the choice between those 3 options, I think I would definitely lean in favor of option A, where with the understanding, and maybe that is the question, is there a way for us to go with option A while having some form of protection for the tree? Because if ever the purpose of going higher is to protect tree canopies and to protect the impact, but to go higher, we have to chop down trees anyway, that would kind of defeat the purpose.
So your tree ordinance would speak to kind of the protection aspect of the trees. The benefit of, say, going with option A would be that more of the area is left, we'll call it undeveloped or unpaved. There's no, built surface on it. So more of it is, someone is able to build up higher, still get the same square footage in terms of buildable square footage while impacting less of the lot. So, but it's not gonna, the code as written is not gonna have tree protection in it.
Thank you.
Commissioner Olson?
Hi there. So just to the rest of the commission, I'm strongly in favor of option B. I'm still persuadable on option A. Well, I guess I'm persuadable on both, but I'm more persuadable on option A. For option A, one of the concerns I have with a 4-story building is multifamily requirements. Are there any requirements around like elevators and the like and other types of structural requirements that you're aware of for a 4-story building? Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, I have to look into the building code a little bit more in terms of, I don't think for 4-story that there are elevator requirements and those types of things, but I would have to potentially look into that to make sure. I don't know if you know offhand.
I'm not sure exactly what those requirements would be. You know that like as an option, if there was a barrier to having cost or something, then it just wouldn't be utilized.
Yeah.
So then you'd
yeah.
have to, there's probably coming back with some reassessment of how are things working and then making some minor code changes over time.
Okay.
And the reason it just maybe step back as well, the reason it's 45 feet is because your current is 35 feet. So to give any kind of benefit, we'd essentially have to give another 10 feet. So
That makes sense. I'm still interested in the concept. I was just curious if there was anything around those limitations. I know we've gotten some comments around accessibility and the like, but to me, missing middle is housing choice, and you don't get that by mandating one thing. So thank you.
Commissioner Vanderlyn?
Thank you. One of the things that a problem that I had with this question is knowing that first you have to put this in context. If you're talking about 35 feet today, which is the standard, it's 35 feet from either the peak of the roof or the top of the flat roof. If you're at a flat roof and you've got 35 feet, as I understand you can build 3 stories.
in 35 feet, you could, yeah.
Which I think is appropriate for missing middle density neighborhood. If you get up to 45 feet and you're up to 4 stories, I think you're getting into more of a multifamily type of environment, which would have a significant impact on the other housing around it. So I'm actually in favor of C, because I think that gives you enough building capacity to be able to do 3 stories and also stay within the single family footprint that we have today that we decided on for our missing middle.
Commissioner Macias?
I'd like to echo that concern of Commissioner Vanderleen. I do agree with you on that 45 feet feels tall. I like this development assumptions that was emailed in our packet because it does show that missing middle is still feasible. And I'm less concerned about our trees. We have strong tree protections here. So I do feel like those tree protections are going to help us when we're looking at trying to build within this space. I mean, I'm C, but I'm open to B. I'm open to a 10 feet or a, 10 feet. But I think if we get into 5 feet, we are really getting tight. And then again, I think we're back into that. Does this fit into missing middle?
Commissioner Dorian?
Commissioner or Chairman, could we?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Just so we're taking notes of knowing what kind of code to make, you're in favor of?
My
Maybe
first
not.
option would be C. B, if it's 10 feet, I think my second, the compromise for me is B with a 10-foot setback instead of a 5-foot setback in the front and the rear. I think that's a nice compromise if we need to go there.
Great, thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Dorian?
I
I'm also keen on option B. I think the reason for that is we're aware that some of these middle housing types will need to have a different relationship to the rest of the lot than a single family home does. So I think that was the intent is that we lower the height so it's not quite as impactful, but we allow the different type of building. I'm struggling with. I know a lot of our community have problems with heights, and I think that could come up if we go in this direction. I also don't know that it would actually get built. So I've heard differing opinions on this, but I've heard some developers say, yes, they would like to be able to build 45 feet. Others have said, no, there's just not a market for that. Like, who's going to walk up 4 flights of stairs? So I would worry we're sort of getting ourselves into a spot where the community might react to seeing a number like 4 stories, when actually it's not something that developers would want. I am still interested in decreasing impervious surfaces. So my thought around that previously, which I know isn't on the table here, but it is around the reduction of the parking requirements. But I think for me, that height just feels like it might be a step too far for the community, whereas I think we could convince folks on option B.
Okay, well, I am hearing consensus that the commission would be comfortable with B. You could, Commissioner LaSalle, would you like to say something? Yeah.
No, I think per Commissioner Dorian's comments on the impervious surfaces and taking into consideration the tree ordinances, my risk of increasing the building size is tied to the impact on just the green canopy of Kenmore, which is what I want to protect. If we, as a commission, feel that that would not be impacted through the impervious surfaces and potential parking requirement relaxing and the tree canopy, I'm happy to align with B.
All right, so a question of clarification on B. So reducing the setbacks, does that automatically mean a larger building footprint, or does that mean just the building footprint is the allowable building footprint is the same, but moved around to different parts of the lot?
You would be really both. You would be allowing a larger building footprint as long as it didn't exceed impervious standards. And you would also be allowing more flexibility of where the middle housing units or other units could go on the lot as well.
So it could be both. We could end up, if we went with option B, we could end up building with buildings with slightly larger footprints than we do now, but they would be shorter. No, they would be the same footprint as now, but just in different parts on the lot.
You have the same maximum impervious.
Yeah.
Those
Okay.
maximums were-
Yeah, and the total kind of buildable area doesn't change. It's just where it could go.
Okay. And that's super helpful for me because I was concerned that by reducing setbacks, we would effectively be encouraging people to have the lots to have a bigger footprint of buildable surface, which is not necessarily something I'd want to.
No, it doesn't change the impervious. This wouldn't change the impervious surface
Right.
standard.
Commissioner Olson?
Just playing devil's advocate, I like option B, but I would say by allowing additional flexibility, you may allow for increased footprint on a lot where otherwise it would have been infeasible. That being said, that's part of why I like option B, is it allows for a project to be feasible that may not have been feasible before while protecting trees or other constraints on that particular project. But it does not increase the maximum impervious area that is allowable. It just means something that might not have been feasible before is now feasible, and therefore it's larger from that perspective, right? What you see being built might be slightly larger in some cases.
Okay, so again, I'm hearing consensus for option B. Commissioner Vanderlyn?
I need some education. I'm grappling with the idea of how you could increase the buildable footprint by decreasing the setbacks, and you would actually not be impacting the impervious surface?
No, I'm simply saying
I'm not saying you're saying that. I'm asking these
Sorry.
folks
Yeah.
to answer that question.
So the impervious surface area, the impervious surface standard wouldn't change. It's just increasing essentially the building envelope of where a building could go on the lot. And so especially when you have, say, existing single family and you're trying to add units, middle housing units in the back, that's gonna probably be the biggest constraint, that the existing 20-foot rear yard setback is gonna be the biggest constraint to what can actually get built in terms of an additional unit versus if it is 10 feet, then you have 10 more feet of space on the lot. Still not with those two combined, still not exceeding the impervious surface standard, but you have more room on the lot to be able to actually build on. There was, I think in the development examples we sent, the first one was like a building envelope essentially, and it showed kind of the whole basically 20-foot band across the back of lots that currently can't be developed in.
Not sure I'm buying all of that, but
Well, if the maximum impervious surface on a lot, let's say, is 40%, it will be 40% after you pass your code. None of that will change. Where the setbacks can assist would be if you have an existing single-family home and you're putting a duplex in the back, there are separation requirements between the home and the duplex. There's also separation requirements between the duplex and the rear lot. So you get into constraints where, it provides more ability to be able to place units. They may be able to avoid things like trees. There may be things like utilities they have to avoid, or there may be other easements. So you could get to, if you don't reduce setbacks, you might get to a point where, yeah, it's infeasible to build something because of those constraints. But the trade-off is then you get, if you're closer to a rear property line, your visual impact is reduced by lowering the height of the structure.
thank you. That helps a lot.
All right. Is everyone ready to move on to our next question? Great.
Perfect. So this is regarding whether ADUs count towards unit lot density. As currently drafted in the code, or in the preliminary code that we drafted, not the adopted current one. ADUs will count as part of unit lot density. So if somebody proposed 2 ADUs, they couldn't then also propose 2 middle housing units. There was a question I think that came through from, can't remember who, on whether these should be counted or not. The alternative is that they don't count towards unit lot density, and then someone could essentially build additional units if it worked within the current standards on the lot. So I don't think in the previous discussions we had that was the intent, that someone could build, say, up to 5 units, and we'll say existing single family, 2 units, middle housing, and 2 ADUs. But I think there was a question on it, so we wanted to clarify that this was the direction that you as a commission wanted to go.
Commissioners? Commissioner Olson?
Thank you. That slide there actually helps quite a bit. So on that first item, item A, single family house with 2 ADUs would meet the max 2 units per lot standard. Effectively, the single family house doesn't count as a middle housing unit, but we're saying ADUs would count as a type of middle housing unit.
They wouldn't be a middle housing type, but they would count towards the unit lot density.
That makes sense. Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Vanderlyn?
No, I was just going to express a preference for A. I think that meets the.
Commissioner Macias?
I'm in support of A.
Commissioner LaSalle?
Yeah, I support A as well.
Okay, so that's, did I get at least 4 nods? Yeah, okay. So I think I'm hearing consensus for A. Oh, Commissioner Dorian.
I just want to work this through, especially with thinking about later when we are thinking about inclusionary zoning as well. So if we say, so in this case, if we go with option A, basically any middle housing on a lot could not also have ADUs. Like if you had a duplex or you had 2 townhomes, you would not be able to have ADUs in addition to that. So then, I'm trying to work that through. So this is where the math gets fun. So if we say we're doing inclusionary zoning later, and we have and there's a developer comes, builds a single family home with 2 ADUs, that still just means that's 2 units on that lot, or like the math? Because what I'm trying to do is make this work together. If at some point we're thinking of inclusionary zoning as well, I think we need to make sure that our unit definitions line up, I guess. For me, I'm a little bit more split on the first question though, between yes or no. I feel like certainly, like I could see a scenario where we would want there to be an ADU in addition to a duplex, something like that, to make that available, because ADUs are going to be the more affordable housing type. So if we make it more difficult to build ADUs alongside middle housing, we are reducing some of our options for affordability. So for me, I would kind of lead towards B, actually, for myself. That's where I would sit. I was kind of rambling, but hopefully that made sense. I'm trying to bring some of this stuff together in terms of how it's organized.
On the first question you had regarding inclusionary, you would just have to, as you're going through the inclusionary discussions, decide how you want units to count, kind of separate from unit density, towards inclusionary, whether it's new units built, total units on the lot. That'd be part of that code portion that gets written. And then regarding, how many units get built, the unit lot density, it's the standard we have right now is a base standard. We don't have a max unit lot density. It just means that someone, you can get basically the 2. And I suppose you could potentially approve more if it fit within the standards on a lot, like the bulk density standards or the bulk development standards on a lot. Potentially get that duplex and an ADU if it all fit on the lot and met all the development standards.
Commissioner Vanderlyn?
Maybe this would be clear, might be clear to understand without the IE phrase here. I think the key point here is that ADUs would be counted toward determining the unit lot density. So that doesn't limit the number of ADUs. That says that ADUs plus any other missing middle unit on that count toward whatever that density was. So I think an example of, yes, you could have a single family house with 2 ADUs would certainly meet the 2 unit lot standard. But the standard could be, you could still have 3, you could have 4. If you had a big enough lot here, you could have additional units on. I think the key thing here is that you're going to include ADUs along with any other missing middle in determining whether or not you're approaching or maxing out on the unit.
Yeah, I agree.
Could you, Vice Chair Thompson, you go ahead first. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the maximum impervious surface would still apply.
Correct.
They're not being exempt, ADUs are not being exempted from that you're aware of.
Not that I'm aware of. No, it would be, yeah, correct. Impervious.
Okay, that's all I'm concerned about, because in a way that limits what you can do with the lot anyway. Thank you.
Commissioner Dorian?
I just want to go back to the math for a minute. So I think in the way we've defined the code in, what's this, page 117 and 18A5, it's only the single family home that doesn't count as a unit if there are other types of unit being built on the lot. So if we go with option A, then we would we could get up to 3, because we could get, single family home could be there and 2 ADUs. But at that point, because a duplex does count as a unit, anything that has a duplex or townhomes on it can only get 2 units on that, not 3. So that's the struggle that I'm having is that reduction.
So here's why it's a little confusing, because there was 2 different bills that passed. One that was for middle housing and one that was for ADUs. And so what Nick's kind of gone through and explained is that ADUs are not defined as middle housing. But through guidance provided by the state, it does count towards the unit density that you have to allow under the middle housing provisions. So what would have been easier if in the middle housing laws, it just said, duplex, triplex, quadplex, ADUs, if it just listed those, and then that would be much easier. So if you have a lot in the city of Kenmore, residential lot, and it could not be further subdivided again, it's under the current code. It currently could have 2 middle housing units in addition to the single family, or it could have a duplex, or it could have 2 cottage units, or it could have 2 ADUs. If you go with option B, then you're saying that they could have 4 additional units. They could have a duplex and then 2 ADUs as well. And so this is just clarifying that it counts towards the total that's allowed on a lot. If it can be further subdivided, if you have a lot that's so large that it could be subdivided again, then you can have more units. But so hopefully that clears things up just a little bit.
This is a kind of a question of clarification again for all of us as we're thinking through this. The underlying question that we're being asked here is about density. Is that basically what it comes down to? We are asking ourselves, are we comfortable with allowing a single family home plus 2? Or are we comfortable allowing a single family home plus, basically it sounds like 4? Yeah, so that's kind of the underlying question here.
Yeah.
Okay. Commissioner Dorian.
I want to check in. I don't think that's right. I don't think you could have a single family home and a duplex in what we're describing. Could you? That seems to be more than we would do.
You could, because the single family house still doesn't count towards the unit density in either scenario, whether it's ADUs or a middle housing type, it's still just, that's the way that Commerce has defined it. Single family does not count, so it's the middle housing types. Or if your code is written this way and allows it, ADUs to count towards that as well.
Commissioner Olson.
This, ironically, I don't know, it's making me actually lean towards option B, or just exempting the first unit, period, just across the board to make it even. If you subdivide a new lot that doesn't have a single family house on it, I don't know, I'm looking at that, and to me, I would just subdivide the lots, build single family and build ADUs and DADUs, and I wouldn't ever build missing middle because I'm going to make more money that way as a developer. And to kind of level the playing field, just exempt the first unit and just say, after the first unit, that's when we start counting density or something along those lines. And then it doesn't matter if it's missing middle or a single family. And we can include a single family in the overall calculation because it's still a unit. I don't know, it feels weird that we're drawing lines on what a unit is. I would rather just make it consistent across the board if we can. Sorry, I just thought of that just now, so I haven't clearly thought through that. But that would let someone build, an ADU and a duplex, or a triplex and a single family house, or something along those lines. And if they subdivided the lot, they could build a triplex, or they could build a duplex and a detached ADU or something along those lines. It seems more consistent to deal with smaller lots, I guess. My concern there is we have a number of smaller lots in the city where they may not be able to subdivide as much. And the incentive there to me, I would think, is if we go with option A, is you're going to build, we're not going to see missing middle, we're going to see DADUs and ADUs. But at least that's how I'm interpreting it in this moment. I'm open to arguments against that. But
I think the issue is that you'd be really increasing the density within those zones without changing like the underlying density. I mean, you could theoretically have a single family home under allowing both, you could have a single family home on a lot, convert a portion of that home to two attached ADUs and then build a duplex, and you'd have 5 units, and then you could subdivide those. So, you know, I'm all, more housing is a good thing, but I think just thinking about like it is that multiplier effect. There are reasons why someone would build an ADU. There's requirements in state law. You can't require frontage improvements. There's less mitigation fees. A lot of people want an ADU for, you know, a child or a parent, or maybe they're going to need to do that to avoid trees, or they're going to need to do that to fit on a small lot. And so I think you're going to, where it makes sense, you're going to see that. Probably not from, you know, maybe not as much from like a developer wanting to redevelop lots, but, you know, I think this is going to be, but I still think that there's options to do that. So you're really going from, you know, an existing single family home to a 3 to 1 to 5 on a lot that under the current zoning couldn't be further subdivided at all.
I guess the other thing I'll add too is that ADUs do have, one of the main distinctions we've had between ADUs and middle housing types, because we had the discussion about what really is the difference when you build it. There's a size restriction in terms of ADUs. You can't mitigate under 1,000, but the way the code has been revised, it's 1,000 square feet. So if someone wanted to build a duplex, each of those individual units in the duplex could be bigger than 1,000 square feet. And that may incentivize a developer to go, you know, with an existing single family and a duplex instead of existing single family and 2 ADUs.
Guess
Do you
we're
feel
asking-
like you got, did you hear direction in all of that?
I
guess
feel
wanna
like we're
conf-
going with option A.
Yeah,
unless
I
we
want to
hear
confirm
some-
that we
unless it's-
we go with option.
Okay, I'm gonna,
I think I counted 4 with option A.
okay, so can we just can we look around in commissioners, can you give a thumbs up for option A if that's where you are right now? Okay, can you, your option A? Okay, so that's 3. Can you give a thumbs up if you're option B? Are you abstaining, Vice Chair Thompson? You're on A. Okay, I think we've got more people in favor of option A.
Great, thank you.
Great, and then the last question we have is just priorities for achieving, you know, priorities. Is it maintaining or repurposing existing single-family structures? Is it promoting smaller units through, you know, corresponding increases in densities, or decreasing off-street parking? All of these tie to incentives that are currently in there as well, that we haven't discussed tonight. So if you say all 3 of them are priorities, there are currently incentives written in that would address each of these. If you said, I don't want to, you know, decrease off-street parking, for example, we could remove that one out. So this is sort of a yes or no on each A, B, and C.
Okay, thoughts, commissioners? Commissioner Olson?
I think I'm in favor of all of these. I also think option A there, with how it's written, kind of helps address some of the concerns I have with the last question around what we're allowing and the intent, especially when it comes to trying to make housing more attainable. Yeah.
Commissioner Vanderlyn?
I'm good with A and C. Maybe a little restatement or more discussion on B. Promoting smaller units through corresponding increase in density. The way I read that, and see if others agree with me, is really what our goal here is to increase the amount of available housing by allowing a wider range of housing types. Now, that could mean increased density. The idea is today, we only within R4 and R6, we only have single family. What we're saying is going forward, we're going to go up to potentially to a 6 unit. By doing that, if we have a lot that has the available bulk development potential, they can increase and the density will increase. The relationship between increasing the variation in housing type to me is what drives the density. Not that we're trying to necessarily reduce the size of the housing units within the city. That's a developer's decision. Lot that he has, the land that he has available. And I just want to be careful that we're not, or understand if that's what we're saying, is we want to have development of smaller size units, or do we want to have more units? They aren't necessarily mutually exclusive.
Maybe Commissioner Van, I'll just add real quickly, that one specifically is primarily, and the code could be written to focus it on this, primarily looking at where it's most feasible, which is probably cottage units. Where you could do sometimes called like a carriage unit, which is smaller than 800 square feet or something like that. You could promote smaller units and really in a lot of other lot scenarios, especially on smaller lots, adding density isn't going to get a lot because you're going to hit physical constraints of being able to actually build another unit on there. But in a cottage housing scenario, you could, on a large enough lot, get additional units if they were all, say, 800 square feet or something like that.
I just think the thing that I was trying to encourage here is that we leave the sizing of the development to the developer. The ability for them to have a wide variety of choices on what they can develop. But I don't think we're setting as a principle that we want to drive the size of the housings that's developed into a smaller size.
I think
That's what
though,
I'm
you
reading.
may, one thing, Commissioner, to think about is that you're providing some options to developers that I know the city's been interested in cottage housing. Well, what would you do in a code to help provide a lane where someone might build it? Well, if you're going to have, if land's really expensive and you're purchasing it, you're going to want to have, and you're having smaller units, someone that could build 3 small units versus 3 large units is probably going to build 3. But if they could build 5 small units and decrease parking a little bit so they can utilize the land, then they're going to maybe that pencils out. So I think it's trying to say, you're offering the flexibility on this side to encourage that type, and then someone can build, what they want to, but have options.
Yeah, if I understand you correctly, I think I do agree. What we want to do, we want the economics to drive the development decision. We don't want a policy to drive the development decision, because that never works.
Commissioner LaSalle and then Commissioner Olson.
Just wanted to echo what Commissioner Vanderlyn said, where I felt I'm definitely for A and C. B feels opportunistic and feels like it's something that would be on a case-to-case basis which might meet the needs of improving a specific lot/unit, et cetera, but it's not necessarily something that I think we should be promoting blanket-wide across the city.
Commissioner Olson and then Vice Chair Thompson.
Two-parter. So first piece, this option B there, is that specifically referring to the gross floor area for an individual cottage reduced to a maximum of 1,200 square feet? Or is there another portion in the docket here that I'm missing that is related to this? Because that's what I was basing my approval off of, is specifically trying to make cottage housing more feasible, where you need, because you have smaller units, shorter buildings, et cetera, it's never going to pencil out, especially on a smaller lot, if you don't allow for additional units. And so to me, I see this more as maybe not promoting smaller units, but leveling the playing field for smaller units. Whereas today, it is the incentive to build larger luxury units, because that's how you make money. Or not make money, but that's how you break even oftentimes, from what I've seen.
Correct. You're referencing the correct portion.
Thank you. And on that, I support that wholeheartedly for cottage housing. I think it's not necessarily promoting smaller units as leveling the playing field for smaller units that is currently slanted towards larger luxury units, frankly. That's my view of it, at least.
Vice Chair Thompson.
Well, I'm definitely an A and C kind of guy. And I'm just not sure if our constituents are into the whole concept of having a bunch of small units on lots spread out throughout the city. I just have a feeling that that's really not the direction that our constituents want to go. And I think that once they have a public hearing at the council level on this, if they do, they'll get an earful about it. So I think it's a much better type of incremental approach to go with A and C. And I'm also looking, you know, I look down at this development incentive on the table and I see density bonus up to 50% of base density, and I shudder a little bit. I'm not exactly sure how that would work out, but I think that's not what we're talking about here.
Well, if I could just, I'll set this up for you, and then I'd love to hear, because what we heard early on in this project is that the city was interested in seeing cottage housing. So then we walk through the analysis of, if you're gonna have cottage housing, there has to be incentives in order to incentivize that. Because if not, then you're just gonna build big homes. So the incentives that you can really look at would be reducing parking where it makes sense. So you don't have the, you know, the pretty picture of the 8 homes, but you don't see the 18 parking spaces right behind it, that room. And then also, you know, if you remove the some density increase, then it's very unlikely anyone would ever build a cottage development, because what would be the reason for them to build cottage housing instead of another housing type?
So what you're saying, if I, down to it, is that incentive is only for cottage housing.
Correct.
Period. Okay, I could live with that.
Commissioner Macias?
I like all of these. Honestly, I think I'm on board with all of them. I do want to loop back to C. I did have a question about street, frontage improvements. So if we go through the path of C, I want to make sure that if we're pulling more cars as we increase density to the street, how does that tie into sidewalks and curb and gutter? I want to make sure that we're not shifting all of that to our streets without any sort of balance of improvements on that. So I'm okay with this as long as we have that in mind and back of mind, and we're mindful of that could be potential problem.
Yeah, and we did look at certain portions of the Kenmore Code, and I think I have them separately here. Basically, all the same frontage requirements that would be required for a single-family development in your current code are applicable to middle housing. So there are certain requirements about when you put a unit behind an existing one. Frontage improvements are essentially required for the width of whatever that unit would be. Now, what you might start to see is, in practice, you might start to see a bit of a on-street parking reduction, because you may have an additional curb cut or something to accommodate if there's parking, either to a rear unit or a driveway to a rear unit, or additional parking spaces right there. You might start to see some of that. So in practice, you might lose a little bit of the curb space, but improvement-wise, it's all the same improvements that would be required for a single family.
And the thought process also, if you have cottage units and they're building them smaller, you probably are going to have fewer cars and less people that are parking as well. The same as sometimes you don't see the same parking standards for an accessory dwelling unit that you would for a standard home, just because you're probably going to have fewer people living there and fewer homes.
I should clarify for this one as well, the off-street, this is specifically for cottage housing as well.
Vice Chair Thompson?
Well, actually, this happens to hit on one of my little amendments that I have on going back to page 9 on line 26, starts a little thing about parent lots, and that may provide parking on a different unit lot or separate track from the parent lot. If it's right to use that parking as formalized, Well, what concerns me is that where does that impervious surface get counted up at? Is it on the lot where the impervious surface is, or should it be counted as an additional a percentage, shall we say, of the development. Guess you call it the parent lot, not the parent lot, but the parent lot, I guess, whatever. Do you understand my question?
Yes.
Good.
So.
Well, sometimes I'm not clear, so I just wanted to make sure.
This is clear. So these are the unit lot subdivision standards that allow you to create fee simple lots instead of owning things in condominium form of ownership. And so there's a requirement to have these codes. In some cases for a unit lot subdivision, you're looking at the parent lot standards. So that would be things like setbacks. So anything that's identified in this section as applying to the parent lot would apply to the parent lot, like setbacks. Anything else, you'd apply the same standards as you would to any other type of subdivision. So you would apply that to each individual lot would have a maximum impervious standard.
So what you're saying is that my concern about impervious surface is taken care of.
Well, I don't want to go that
I
far
mean, a
necessarily.
maximum,
Yes,
that's not an
it's not-
exception to
Yes, it's
maximum.
not deception to try to get to higher maximum impervious levels.
Right, that's what my concern is.
Correct. Yep.
All right, I will say for myself that I am on question 3 in favor of A, B, and C as I understand them as not dictates in the case of B and C or any of them, but as things that a developer would get in exchange for something else. So that we're not requiring the developer to do these things. We are allowing them to do it if they do certain things.
That's correct.
Yes. And I did hear, I feel like I've heard very early on, we've been talking about middle housing for years, I feel like. And I feel like one of the things we did hear very early on years ago is that people are interested in cottage housing. I think people like the idea of we're still very tied to living in these structures that are separated from each other. And even if they're smaller and more attainable, therefore, I do think that people are drawn to that idea. So I would love for us to see if we can make them happen in Kenmore. We don't have a lot of land, large tracts of land where I think they're naturally would be built. So if anything we can do to incentivize them, I think would be good. So that said, go ahead, Commissioner
Just a
Vanderlyn.
clarification, make sure I heard this correctly. For B and C, these specifically apply only to cottage housing.
Correct.
I'm happy with A, B, and C.
I think that I heard that as the consensus across the board now after conversation, but let's just check to make sure. So thumbs up if you are okay with A, B, and C.
With A and C.
A, B, and C, all three. Oh my gosh, we're unanimous. Question 3, A, B, and C. Wonderful. Okay. So I think those are your 3 questions.
Those are our 3 questions.
Fantastic. So do you have everything you need from us?
We do.
Okay. Commissioners, do you have any other questions? Commissioner Vanderlyn?
Yes, we finished that in 50 minutes under Debbie's standards. So what do we do with the extra 10 minutes?
Yeah, we can move on to our next thing and then end earlier. So any other question? Oh, Commissioner Olson, go ahead.
I'm just hoping that there might be a way to modify that 45-foot maximum 4 stories, not for that incentive, but because I like the neighborhood benefit and I would like to encourage that in some way. And I just wanted to open this up to the commission. I'll try to keep it brief, but is the commission open to some other incentive or development incentive to decrease base impervious surface maximums for some development incentive besides height, whether that's parking or some other aspect?
I am. Any other commissioners?
Yeah.
Yeah, 2 others. 5 others. Any opposed? Commissioner Macias?
Can you just clarify that? We're looking for an alternative, not 45 feet, but something that would give us a different, an alternative to that decreased max impervious surface?
Exactly,
Okay.
yeah. Something just to encourage it for other middle housing and frankly, other housing, period, to try and not discourage, but to try to provide an incentive to build lots with less impervious surface area, period.
So if I could maybe offer up, when you think about impervious surface, the kind of two things really that contribute to it are the things we talked about tonight, which is the unit itself and generally parking or a driveway or something like that. You know, there are other impervious surfaces, like if someone has a walkway around their house or something like that, but those are generally much more minor than, you know, the 20 by 22 or whatever pad that someone parks on for a 2-car driveway or the actual unit size itself. So you'd really be looking at those two things, right? And if we decrease the building size itself and don't increase the height, you're creating smaller units, which again, not a bad thing. Or you can talk about what we just talked about for middle housing, which is you could reduce parking requirements on site, but then it could be that parking still spills out into the street, or it might be, you might run into a scenario where there's additional parking on the street and you run out of space there. So those are really the kind of the two levers you have to pull when you think about increasing impervious.
I will not make anyone suffer through a dissertation I could give you on why impervious surfaces are so harmful to our watershed. I won't. I would really love it if we could, as a community, find a way to reduce our impervious surfaces because it really it's not good. I wasn't hearing a lot of appetite though before about the 4 stories though, so I don't know that that's going to go anywhere. And then I think parking is really our only other lever, like the Kimley Horn folks were saying. So unless anyone has any other ideas, I don't know what to suggest at this point. But maybe Kimley Horn maybe does.
Yeah, the other thing that Glenn and I were just talking a little bit about was there may be something related to, and this is maybe a more design guideline type thing, impervious building materials, sidewalks, those types of things, where maybe you do pavers instead of concrete pads or something like that, or there are other building materials that have the ability for water to get through versus just a solid concrete pad. Maintenance on those are generally pretty tough, but
yeah,
it is maybe another option. Again, it'd be difficult maybe to require it, but it could be a recommendation in design guidelines that these are recommended building materials or those types of things. Could be an option.
Commissioner Macias?
I think you'd still have to think about cost and also being able to practically get that infiltration. So just because you put it in there as an option, it still might not be feasible.
Yeah. Commissioner Macias?
It was late the last time though. Didn't we reduce parking? I thought that at the very tail end of the meeting, we reduced parking already from 2 spaces to 1 as like a blanket reduction. I think
We did, and that was actually something I wanted to bring up because I don't know that that was reflected correctly in our packet.
I say that because I kind of feel like that is the lever that we pulled to get there. So I think we did get there.
Can we look at that the parking table quickly to make sure it reflected the motion and the vote?
I don't think it does, because I only say that because I don't remember making that reduction change. We can, but I don't remember making that reduction change.
Okay. Commissioner Olson had made a motion to reduce parking requirement to 1 parking space for 2 DUs for cottage housing and 1 parking space per DU as the base. I'm just reading from the minutes, base minimum for all other types of middle housing. I seconded and it passed 5-2.
I would get it a different way, so. Harder than the.
Go ahead, Commissioner Olson. Thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention that's part of why I wanted to bring up this incentive is, I suppose my concern is reducing parking in of itself can reduce impervious surface area, but it can also just be taken up by housing, right? And while I don't think that's necessarily or inherently a bad thing. I think since it has been repeatedly stated that we have a goal of limiting impervious surface area and providing green space, having some incentive to try and encourage that. So if someone chooses not to build as much parking, they also don't have to, right? Because this is a minimum. We're not saying people have to not build parking. It's a minimum. And so is there some other incentive on top of that that we can do? Because developers will probably still build parking. I mean, not all of them. I'm sure there will be some that choose to build less parking, but they're going to build what sells. And oftentimes, especially in more rural parts of our city, that's still going to be necessary.
Yeah, so I think if we would have set parking maximums, then maybe we were pulling that lever, but it's still a minimum. So the developer could still build more, and I expect that they'll build the amount that the market wants. Anyway, okay, so here we're looking at the parking table. So am I correct, Commissioner Olson, that doesn't reflect your motion? Just double check me.
You are correct, yes. And I think that motion also kind of screws up one of the development incentives for cottage housing, unfortunately.
Well, I thought so as well at first, but I think the incentive for cottage housing was 1 space per 2 cottage housing units. So it remains an incentive for cottage housing, correct?
We would go back and modify it. I think it's, right now it's a reduction to 1. We would go back and modify it to make sure it's still an incentive for cottage housing.
Okay. And then the other thing I wanted to address about the parking is that it was brought to my attention that this reduced parking may have then disappeared an incentive in another part of the comprehensive plan. Do you want to speak to that, Commissioner Dorian?
More in the third column that you're seeing there is that we have a zone where there is reduced parking requirements. I'm wondering what happens if we just standardize everywhere. What does that do to what was an incentive for building in that zone?
Apologies, are we talking about one of the single family zones here or kind of a separate zone?
If we scroll up to the top of the table, I think it calls it out. It's related to closer to transit. So so we have citywide, but then, oh, no, you were right, down a bit, there you go. So downtown commercial zone, just up a bit more.
Oh, we're up above it.
Other way, sorry. There you
Oh,
go.
gotcha.
So
I see.
they split. So the minimum parking in most of the city, except downtown commercial, downtown residential. So we have separate parking requirements for those areas, or we had. If we standardize, there's now no longer any difference in what we're.
I don't think that was an incentive. I think that was just our code.
Hmm.
So I think and I think the motion was 1 everywhere. So it would just be the same everywhere. Is that?
That was the motion, but I do see Commissioner Dorian's point. I still like this idea. I think leaving it up to developers and individual parcels and lots makes more sense, frankly. And the 1 space for me was kind of me tempering myself to some degree and not going for no spaces minimum and just leave it up to developers to do what they're going to do. I would be open to reducing this in proportion with the previous motion we made for downtown regions. Once again, where we're just defining minimums, not maximums. Developers can build what they want to build, but we don't require it.
Okay, well, at this point, I just want to make sure that the table reflects the motion that we made and passed last meeting. And then if commissioners open it up again, then I don't know if we want to do that right now or not, but yeah. Okay,
We'll make that
so
change.
great. Along those lines, are there any other things that commissioners noticed about the middle housing code? Commissioner Dorian and then Commissioner Vanderlyn.
I do still have a question on page 114 about the table that shows the residential zones development standards. I am having trouble understanding it. This does it seems quite tough overall that single family homes are not counting because that makes the math difficult. I'm also not sure how realistic it is that somebody's going to build a duplex on a lot that's already got a single family home on it, but that's kind of, if the state has said what it said, then it said what it said. But for this table for us, if we're allowing 2 dwelling units per lot in what was R6, how does our base and maximum density relate to that? Especially now we're saying that we're counting ADUs as density, units as well. But even without that, if I'm a developer, I come in, if whatever reason I can get an acre of land, which I guess is possible, I decide I want to build a duplex on everything that would have previously been a lot for a single family home. That feels like that should be 12 dwelling units as a maximum, but we're not increasing the maximum density per acre. I'm just trying to understand how that works with having increased the density per lot.
So the way the unit lot standard is separate from if you just had your typical density. So this is what you can do on an individual lot versus what you can maybe do with the base density standard you have now. Base density is if someone builds a single family, this is the density they can build at on an acre, 60 an acre. And then unit lot density is really just a separate measurement of density. The two are not really meant, and this is where, again, Clay talked a little bit earlier about how not all the guidance kind of speaks to it, to all the other, current standards. The two are really two separate standards for how the number of lots you can put, the number of units you can put on an individual lot are evaluated. Does that make sense?
It kind of does, but it's still there for a reason, right? What is it regulating? Base and maximum density.
You're talking about your base, what is that regulating once you have the unit lot, or?
Yeah, I'm just wondering, like, what is the impact? Because obviously it was set where it was because we could only have one single family home per lot with 6 lots per acre. Now we're allowing more dwelling units than that, but we're keeping the dwelling unit per acre the same. I'm not sure how that works together. Like, what is that regulating?
Yeah, I mean, it's really trying to it's a little wonky because you've got these two different standards, but it's trying to keep the standard that there is a base density for single family detached development or other housing types that you can have in a zone. And then state law says, but you also have to allow middle housing or ADUs on top of that up to this density. So it's trying to mash those two together, because if you don't, then you're just eliminating density altogether. Because if you start collecting them together, you can't define what is allowed under these statutes and what's allowed as base density. So we're trying to parse this out to say, this is what you can do in the underlying zone. I could have 6 dwelling units per acre as my base density in the R6 zone. In addition, if you meet all base bulk standard requirements, you may also have a duplex. You may also have 2 ADUs. But if we try to combine that all together, you end up just eliminating density altogether. It just makes it really even more confusing. And so that's the reason it's parsed out that way.
Do we state that anywhere in this code? Because I can see we state the unit lot, but I don't think we've stated that description. Because otherwise, if I'm looking at this and I'm a member of the public, I'm thinking people can't build beyond 6 dwelling units per acre, even if they can build more per lot.
This is where we start to get to what's a lengthy footnote on unit lot density, but it covers all the different requirements for what applies to unit lot density. So this note should basically cover everything that Clay just talked about in terms of what this applies to, both accessory dwelling units counting for it, and the scenario where if you have an existing single family, what you can build. So this should generally cover that.
All right. I've drained that about as much as I can. I still don't understand it because I see that refers to unit lot density, but not density per acre, which is what I'm trying to figure out. But
the
I mean,
table makes more sense to me if I read base density as lots per acre and base unit density as dwelling units per lot. But I also don't know if that is an exactly correct understanding of what we're doing, but it does make a little bit more sense to me if I read it that way.
I mean, the way that I try to frame it up to make it a little easier, is just to say, I have a parcel in the R4, R6 zone, question one, whatever parcel that size is, can I subdivide that parcel under the allowed density in that zone? Yes or no? If the answer is yes, then I could subdivide that lot into 1, 2, or 3 lots under the base density. And that's what I can do today. Now, if you can subdivide it under the, with base density, then each one of those lots then qualifies for the unit lot density for middle housing. So if the answer is, I have a lot in the R4, R6 zones and I can't subdivide it, then I would go down and then say, but I can build those 2 middle housing units if I meet all bulk standard requirements. So it's like a step process. But if you try to combine them, it'll just make the code, you're really just eliminating density because it's really hard to set up what you can and cannot do.
Well, then I think my read is not far off. If it used to be that a dwelling unit was basically a lot under single family zoning, right?
Yeah,
Like
because you only
couldn't-
allowed basically the only
One
unit
dwelling
that
unit
you could
per
build was
lot.
a single family unit, only one,
Yeah.
correct?
But a lot of times today, you might see 15 dwelling units on a lot.
Mm.
And then they make them into condominiums. It's still one lot. And they're selling condominium units. So there is a distinction. If you're only allowing it if single family detached homes is the only housing type, then it would be synonymous to have a lot with a housing.
Yes.
But with condominiums especially, or if you're not selling it, you could have several homes on one lot.
Mhm.
That's owned in, that's owned in common.
Okay, Vice Chair Thompson and then Commissioner Olson.
Well, you threw me a left-handed ball there. So you said condominium, okay, and it's kind of like I think of that and I look cottage housing. So you have this parent lot and then you put, say, cottage housing, which you condominiumize or whatever. So don't you make those into unit lots?
Now, there's 3 different ways generally that you might have those. So if I decided I was going to build a cottage product and I did a 10 cottage units, I could decide to just rent them individually.
I got that.
I could create a condominium form of ownerships, which is applying state law to them, where you're creating condominiums where you own the airspace, but the lot is owned and everything else is owned in common, just like any other. Or through a unit lot subdivision, you can create fee simple units, which is a separate, just like if you own a single family home, it's typically in fee simple ownership, and it's a different type of ownership. If you had 3 cottage developments all right next to each other, you wouldn't be able to tell what's under what kind of ownership, but that's the difference between the
And
3.
that's the differences.
Correct.
Okay, but it all ends up the same because the way the code works in a certain parent lot, the max is 10 units, say.
Yeah.
And that's that.
Generally, they'll look the same. The primary, only difference really with if you're subdividing the units is you might have to have separate utilities to each unit, those kind of things. But you generally wouldn't be able to tell the difference if you drove by them because it's just ownership types.
Thank you for that.
All right, I think I kind of led us down a side quest path that is very interesting for sure, but was not relevant to our 3 questions. Commissioner Olson, is your comment, would you like to make it? Or would you like not to make it?
I do because.
Okay, go ahead, Commissioner Olson.
I just want to make sure I understand this as well. I got a question a while back at this point about someone who has multiple houses on a lot. And they already have a couple ADUs, but they would like to put more ADUs, but they don't want to have to subdivide. The way I'm reading this, they would have to subdivide unless their lot meets the base density unit characteristics.
So they have a single family and they already have, let's say, 2 ADUs and they want 2 additional ADUs?
Exactly, yeah. Yeah, they've got 2 single family houses and they've got 2 ADUs and they'd like to add another 2 ADUs.
is the lot big enough to subdivide and have, once
The
you
lot is,
subdivide?
the lot is big enough, yeah.
Okay, then I think, yeah, they would have to subdivide.
Okay. Interesting.
Commissioner LaSalle?
So not to sidetrack further, just one comment to add to this is a confusing table, as you hinted. It's just, if I understand the table properly, depending on what I look at, I have very different numbers. So if I look at second line, maximum density of 9 dwelling units per acre. So, okay, so I can go up to 9. If I look at it from a dwelling unit per lot perspective, the minimum lot size is 5,400 square feet. It's roughly 43,000 square feet to an acre. So we would get 8 lots in an acre. And if we have a 2 dwelling units per lot, it means we can go up to 16. And so the part, not maybe to debate this further, but maybe to have further clarification of how we can structure this in a more user-friendly perspective, is that depending on how you look at it, your maximum is either 9 dwelling units per acre or 16 dwelling units per acre, if I understood the table properly.
Yeah, the 9 would be if you were building 9 lots with one single family unit on each one. The 2 per lot standard, I think you're calling it 16, would be if you are doing those same number of individual lots, but you're doing two middle housing units per lot.
And in that case, I think it goes to the argument of clarification. While I do see the little footnotes of 18 for 2 dwelling units per lot, anything we can do to call it out more explicitly upfront would avoid the confusion, because I'm sure that if my very poor math gets us there very quickly, I'm guessing I won't be the only one to make that calculation.
Okay, we can take a look at the table and see if there's a way to modify either, it sounds like the table itself versus the footnotes, but.
This is the difficulty we have when state law passes and you try and implement it. So it is confusing. I think Clay explained it pretty well in words. So maybe it would either be figuring out either an additional footnote or maybe an example or something that we can either explain it easily, but we're probably not going to get it. But I think we've tried, so I understand there might still be some confusion. So if we're moving this forward to public hearing, typically what we do is we create some sort of table that shows what the changes are in a simple format. And then if somebody wants to dig deeper, they can then go to the code. And this is probably one of those questions about the difference between calculating base density and unit lots. And we might have to just provide an example to demonstrate how that works.
Great. Thank you so much, Commissioner Vanderlyn. Do you want to say
Yes,
one more thing?
I've been waving.
Okay,
at you
this
for
is
a
the
while.
last word.
I just want to go back to the original question of maybe half an hour ago, which had to do with question number 1 and the 45-foot. I just want to remind people that option C would allow a developer to have 3 levels. So if what we're after here is increasing the amount of units, housing units, you would be able to create an additional housing unit and you would not change at all the setbacks or the impervious surface requirements.
But this incentive was to reduce the impervious surface.
Yes, I mean, you're not changing any of the current requirements. You're
No,
allowing them to have an additional floor, which would allow them to have an additional unit, for instance, if you're doing. a
this
stack.
would change the impervious surface requirements. It would reduce them in exchange
Yes.
for height.
Yes, C does not.
And C is the current standard, so someone could still build under that. This would be, that would essentially be saying, just don't have any incentives relating to, building height up or down, and just leave the existing standard. So someone could come in still and build at the 35-foot standard.
All right, so thank you, Commission, very much for your good thinking and sharing your thoughts. Thank you very much for coming, Nick and Clay. Thank you. Have a good evening. And the next item on our agenda is,
Chair, did you want to have just a
Oh.
short break and then we can get Lindsay ready and then?
would you like to take a break?
A 5-minute break?
You think a 5-minute break?
Yeah.
Everyone, 5-minute break?
Yes,
Oh my gosh,
break.
everybody says yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
We will come back at 8:25.
Did I miss something? Are we done?
Lindsay, can we test your mic real quick?
Okay, you want, okay.
Sure. How does that sound?
Sounds great. Thank you.
Good.
But
Great.
I didn't know that that was.
25, we are back in session and we will be talking about inclusionary zoning with Arch.
Lindsay Masters with Arch is joining us virtually, and she does have a presentation to go through. So at your last meeting, you gave direction to develop code for inclusionary housing. So that's what we did. So Lindsay's got some slides to kind of provide a little bit of background and then go through those changes. So Lindsay, do you have the slide deck? Can you pull that up, or do you need us to pull that up, or?
I am pulling it up here.
Awesome.
Let me know if you can see that. Okay,
Yep, we can see it. Thank you.
great. Well, thank you for having me and letting me fill in for Mike while he is away this week. This outline includes the topics I plan to cover, and please feel free to ask questions as I go if there are clarifications that you need on the information. So the first thing I'll talk about is we were asked to bring some information on what other inclusionary housing policies have been established in other Arch communities. In particular, we'll focus in on what's been done on middle housing and fee in lieu. We will then shift over to walk through the draft code for Kenmore based on the Planning Commission direction at the last meeting. We'll spend a little bit more time just recapping the financial analysis that Mike shared at the last meeting, as well as some additional numbers that he ran, and try to give you a better sense of how the policy would apply to different types of projects. And then we will end with a few questions for you. Before I get into that, just some key points I want to highlight as we go in. Some of this you may have heard, so these are a little bit of reminders. The timing for adopting a policy like this is an important question. And in Washington State, our legal framework requires us to put these policies in place when there are actual development incentives being adopted at the same time. That has an economic basis as well, that recognizes there is a creation of value, land value, that can be captured to offset the cost of an affordable housing requirement. And so that's an important piece of why the timing is important for when you consider these policies. Just big picture reminder about what inclusionary zoning is. It's an umbrella of terms that are used to describe programs that have been established all across the country and have been in place for a number of decades now, that tie the creation of new housing to the creation of affordable housing as a way to create more inclusive communities. And in Washington State, there's a lot of flexibility given to local jurisdictions to tailor that policy to your understanding of what the economics are in your marketplace, what your policy priorities are, or even whether you do a policy like this at all. So there's other states that require these types of policies statewide. Washington, it's up to the local jurisdictions. And the key thing that Arch really recommends is that you understand the economic analysis behind the policy so that you can calibrate it to both promote new market rate housing and affordable housing, and then understand different trade-offs with the different options. Middle housing is really a unique opportunity just in the grand scheme of how broadly this will be able to apply in your city. It takes a lot of effort to stand up these policies, and there are not often opportunities to put them in place across such a large geographic area in your city. So with that, I'll kind of step back and talk about within Arch jurisdictions, which cover East King County from Woodinville down to Newcastle. Most of our member cities have some kind of inclusionary housing program in place. The majority of those are mandatory programs that have roughly a 10% requirement for affordable units at different affordability levels. Several of those cities also combine that with a tax exemption program. And there's all kinds of variations that you can see in here. In the next slide, I will show you a lot more numbers than you probably can absorb at once, but these are the results of what's been produced by all these programs. And these are completed units. There's many more that are still in the development process. You'll notice that Redmond is really the leader in the production through their program. They have had a close to a citywide program for quite some time. They're really the only Arch city to have been able to establish it in such a broad area. And as a result, they have seen the most production of affordable units in their program. So I want to take a moment and talk about fee in lieu, the fee in lieu provisions within these policies. So in general, the purpose of the policies is to create affordable units within market rate development. So you end up with a mixed income housing development. But many programs nationally offer the opportunity for developers to choose to pay a fee instead of providing an affordable unit. That has not been as common in Arch member jurisdictions. They have really prized the goal to integrate affordable units with other types of housing. However, we do have some good examples of what that has looked like. In Bellevue, their policy does allow developers the choice to pay a fee instead of providing the units on site. And that's largely what has been the option developers have chosen. So they've generated a fair amount of fee in lieu funds in their Bel-Red neighborhood. Kenmore, Kirkland, and Redmond all have the ability for developers to request a payment, but it's up to the city to decide whether to approve that. So in Kenmore, there's been one project that has requested that and been able to pay a fee. In Redmond, it's been just a few projects that the city has allowed to make that payment. And in those cases, they've really only made that exception when they have an affordable housing project that they can immediately direct the funds to. So that's sort of been their approach. And then in Kirkland, Kirkland is relevant for this conversation because they, in general, prefer the on-site units, but they have also applied their inclusionary policy to projects as small as 4 units or more. And in those cases, the key point is 10% of 4 units is a fraction of a unit. And so they've needed a way to convert that to a fee rather than saying, 1 out of 4 units would need to be affordable. So they've allowed that anytime there's a fraction, and we've had quite a few projects. We've performed that calculation and come up with a fee, and you can see what the results are here in the slide. Those have been sort of smaller but steady payments that have really supplemented their investments into the Arch Trust Fund, which goes to fund affordable housing throughout the region. So just a little bit more on Kirkland's policy. I talked about it just now, but it does apply in their middle and high density zones, which is why we have seen, we have had some experience in seeing what that looks like for somewhat lower density and middle housing projects. And I'll show you that results in the next slide. This is what has been produced in Kirkland. As you probably saw on the previous map, there are a number of neighborhoods where they don't have a mandatory policy in place. They're currently considering that with their middle housing code update as well. But where we have seen it, we have achieved projects that provide some affordable home ownership units on site. some fee in lieu payments, and sometimes a combination of both. This is Redmond's policy, and this again is prior to their recent adoption of Middle Housing Code amendments that they just completed. Even before that, as you can see, the policy covered most neighborhoods in the city, and it applied to projects of 10 or more units. And again, it had that 10% requirement. You can see in the map there that citywide policy really has resulted in affordable units in many different parts of Redmond. Again, they have not had a policy up until now to collect fee in lieu payments on smaller projects. So these are all on-site affordable units. And this is a city where we have an active pipeline of new home ownership projects that are incredibly in demand for all the people looking for affordable home ownership. Most recently, both Redmond and Sammamish chose to adopt inclusionary policies with their Middle Housing Code updates. This is a very high-level summary of what they put in place. So in Sammamish, they established what they called middle housing overlays that created a tiered density units per acre, and established a 10% requirement on all projects as small as 1 new unit or more. They also included an exemption and had quite a bit of discussion about what size of units they would want to exempt from that requirement as a way to encourage cottage housing specifically. So they set in place an exemption for units smaller than 1,000 square feet. They also provided some policy direction on how they would want fee in lieu funds to be used, and provided us direction to try and invest those in projects that would be inside the city of Sammamish. Redmond similarly chose to apply the policy to all projects of 1 or more units. They created some significant incentives in terms of floor area and dimensional standards, and they increased their requirement from 10% to 12.5%. So switching over to the draft that you have to consider based on the direction at the previous meeting. So the draft establishes a policy that would apply in all the R4 and R6 zones. So no differences depending on proximity to transit. There is a delayed implementation to allow time for current projects that might be in the pre-development phase or getting ready to submit permits to vest to the existing code, giving them through the end of the year to do that. There's a 10% requirement with the affordability level set at 80% median income for owner-occupied housing and 60% for renter-occupied. And there's provisions to establish a fee in lieu that would be charged on a per square foot basis, and that would be set based on the economic modeling that we will show you. Those estimates currently have the fee coming out at $6 per square foot. And important to note, that's quite a bit lower than what Sammamish and Redmond have established for their cities, and that is because of the difference in the economic results. There's 2 important points. One is that there was direction to include an exemption for projects that are only 1 to 3 units. So this really would exempt quite a lot of middle housing and single family housing and ADUs. But projects of 4 or more units for developments that have the potential to reach that larger scale would be required to participate. And they could have the option of paying a fee in lieu of a fractional unit if the project is less than 10 units, or they would be required to provide an on-site unit if the project is 10 units or more. And in those cases, we would keep what's in the current code that provides for rounding those affordable units to the nearest whole number. So kind of going back to what is underlying all of this and some of the economic analysis, I think Mike shared this previously, and this is just a reminder of how we got to what the potential affordable housing requirement could be. There's a value created from the additional density, and we ran a series of prototypes to measure where is that additional value sufficient to, one, create a feasible project, and two, create even more profit beyond what's necessary for feasibility, so that you can recapture some of that in the form of an affordable housing requirement. These were, I think, the results presented at the previous meeting based on our initial modeling that was built on a series of prototypes on a 10,000 square foot lot with an existing home. In most cases, that existing home would be demolished and new housing would be built. But there were, I think, at least one or two prototypes that had the existing home retained as well. The feasibility generally did not cross the threshold until you got up to about 4 units. And similarly, Mike ran a set of additional scenarios on a smaller lot of 7,200 square feet and saw generally similar results. What this chart tries to do is show you what a fee in lieu requirement would look like when you get to those prototypes that are large enough to create a feasible project. So those 4 unit prototypes. And that assumes that that would apply regardless of independent of the square footage of the units. So that's a key point that we want to come back to and hear some feedback and discussion is whether to exempt small units even in the larger projects of 4 units or more. This gives you a similar picture, but for projects even larger scale of 6 to 15 units. So some of those would be small enough to still have a fee in lieu option. And then above 10 units, you would start to see some affordable units created within the development. So finally, we're at the hard policy questions, which you have the hard job of considering. The first one really is about the exemptions. And this gets back to that question of how do you tailor the policy to achieve all your different goals? Should smaller units be exempt from the in lieu fee, given that you've already decided to exempt projects fewer than 4 units? And if so, what is the right size? So that's question 1. And then there's a couple other questions. That's probably the hardest one. A couple other questions are, what is the right period of time to allow applicants to vest to the current regulations? And do you want to provide some direction to have provisions for reevaluating and resetting the fee in lieu? There's often an automatic kind of inflationary adjustment set into these codes, but that could be something that's modified somewhat to require a reevaluation from time to time. So I'll stop there, and I'm happy to go backwards also to answer any questions if needed.
All right, we have Commissioner LaSalle, then Vice Chair Thompson.
Thank you very much for the presentation, Lindsay. Really appreciate it. I think for me, the first question regarding the first bullet point is with regards to the impact of the policy. And in doing so, it's more a general question of, is it realistic, and if so, can it be done, to have a forecasting of the impact looking at Kenmore? And obviously, while it's unrealistic to assume knowing in the future what projects will be developed, could we model, and with your help, of course, the impact of assuming that all concerned R4 and R6s would have a maximized density through new projects compared to where they have today? How would that translate from a impact of either FINLIU or actual development projects could we expect from this policy?
Todd or Debbie, I'm happy to try to respond, but if you have anything you want to add.
I don't think we have we don't think we have the data readily available to get the results that you're looking for. So I think what Arch modeled is this is the number of units where it would be feasible to do. Your question is, well, how many would that generate in Kenmore? And I don't think we can really go through. We'd have to make a lot of really big assumptions. We can't go and do it lot by lot. So I think the question would be, this is where it's feasible. We can put it in, if that's the direction to put it in place, we can see how it works. And if we're not generating any units, then we can either go back and try and figure out the why. Is it the code? Is it the market? Is it something else that we haven't considered? But I don't think we can really truly predict the results at this point, unless, Lindsay, you've got anything else to add to that.
That's probably the truest thing we could say, is that we can't predict it. I think we could look, our best example is to look at the city of Kirkland, because they did adopt middle housing, I think in 2019 or 2020, in a more limited application. And they are not the same market as Kenmore, but they're not a different universe either. And they've seen quite a lot of uptake of builders. They also continue to see single family homes built as well. So they didn't, eliminate the market for single family homes, but they've seen a healthy response to builders willing to take advantage of the density incentives. And I think, our broader study that Arch did confirmed that there's a strong demand for that housing type, especially when it's creating a more affordable price point, an entry point to homeownership in communities where people really cannot access it otherwise. So I would say on the whole, I'm optimistic that you would see stuff over time. It could be a little slower than communities where there's slightly higher demand, but I think over time you will likely see the code taken advantage of.
Okay, Vice Chair Thompson, then Commissioner Olson, and then Commissioner Dorian.
Right, well, I'll take an easy one just to get it out of the way. My experience at a lot of different government levels is if we don't put an automatic CPI of some sort into the regulation, it becomes a very political issue about raising that rate. And there's a reason we raise the rate, and I think it's because of the value and everything. So I think that it should be an easy rate to live with. And if the council 5 years from now want to give it a bump up more than it's normal, then that's all up to them. It'll be a lot easier for them. Seriously, I'm just not kidding. And affordable housing funds are important. So, now when you say when we say vest, what is the legal meaning of vesting?
When you receive, when an application is received and it has satisfied the submittal requirements as defined in the code, and it's determined to be a complete application, it is then vested to, which means the codes that are in place at the time it's determined to be complete, that's what applies. That's what vesting means.
So when it comes to a completeness, so somebody would have to apply pretty quick to get a complete, unless they're really good at it, they.
Well, completeness, there are time restraints on making a determination of completeness once you have received an application. And don't hold me to this, it's
No, but-
around 21 days. If it's determined to be complete, then that's when the vesting date starts. If it's an incomplete application, then more information needs to be submitted, and that date is then reevaluated once information is submitted. So it's not, doesn't take a long time. So right now we're in April, so if somebody submitted an application between now and probably the beginning of December, you're still going to be able to vest to whatever regulations are currently in place.
That was what I was looking for. I'm very comfortable with the vesting requirement for applicants this year. The smaller units to be exempt. Well, you're talking about, so 4 or less is one of the issues, correct? That's a smaller development, or what?
It is a question of whether it should be an additive. So right now, both things are written into the code. So you are exempt if you are a development smaller than 4 units, and you would also be exempt if based on a certain size of unit as well. So the questioning would be, what is the right size for an exemption? Is it 2,000, 1,500, 1,000? And the number that Lindsay has shown on there is an ADU of 1,000. So that's sort of a number which exists in code as a defined size. So you could pick that as an example.
So what was 1,000? Excuse me, I didn't. What? Yeah, ADU of 1,000.
What would be all I'm saying is
Whatever.
1,000 could be not just ADU, it could be sort of the right size for an
Cottage,
exemption would be 1,000. And that number is not just sort of pulled out of the air. There is a code requirement in terms of ADUs being limited to 1,000, but it would mean that if you built a different kind of unit, a cottage unit of 1,000 square feet, that could also be exempt. So it's not just tied to ADUs, it's based to the size of the unit.
Certainly from my perspective, 1,000 square foot cottage is certainly enough space to house some people. And that size of a small cottage is more likely to be affordable, at least maybe 80%, than some other size that's like 1,500 square feet. And the other point is a smaller 1,000 square foot cottage does not take up as much land. So you're going to buy less land, hopefully, than you would have had you bought a 1,500 square foot home. It would be somewhat cheaper. So I'm leaning toward the 1,000 foot exemption.
Commissioner Olson, then Commissioner Dorian.
I just want to start off with, I feel very conflicted talking about this. I've got some thoughts. Basically, I think it's important to have inclusionary zoning. I think it's important to provide affordable housing. And I think a good way of providing affordable housing is distributing it through the community as opposed to concentrating it in some areas. And this can help do that. I also have the concern that we further reduce attainability of housing by increasing costs on construction for the 90% that is not affected by the fee in lieu or built with this under these limitations. Not necessarily limitations, but under this guidance. So the reason I like the idea of having some size exemption there is to encourage smaller, not even smaller, but more affordable houses and change the math that a developer may do when they're building a development. I've talked with some other people about this who have applied for these types of, or who have done projects like this, and they've talked about how it's kind of interesting when you're looking at a lot and you're looking at putting 8 units on a development, or 10 or 12. More units on a lot does not necessarily mean more profit or a more financially beneficial state for the developer. And so I see having some size that we don't apply this to as encouraging, or maybe changing that calculus such that we see 12 units being built when they might have only built 8, because building 8 luxury units would have made more money than 12. Well, still expensive, still definitely not affordable, still above 100% AMI. But instead of seeing a 250% AMI unit being built, we might see 140% AMI unit being built. And if we can see additional supply increase over time, that can help put downward pressure on housing costs. That's really only going to affect the upper end though. And so I still think fundamentally inclusionary zoning is important. As far as the right size goes, I think looking at the ADU code, and I think we have a max ADU size of like 1,500 square feet for larger developments, and I would be open to that. My concern with that number is that so high that you only see 1,500 square foot units being built, and we don't see a variety of housing stock. And that's something where I'm tempted to go with that for now, and maybe that's amended or adjusted in the future after we've seen the results. Otherwise, I think December 31st, 2025 is more than enough time at this point. And I agree with Vice Chair, or Commissioner Thompson on putting in CPI or some sort of automatic adjustment on this, and then also allowing council to reevaluate, but at a minimum having that adjustment there so we don't ever get locked into something that really isn't adequate in the future.
Commissioner Dorian?
So I think I'm going to go back and not answer the policy questions first, because I think we gave direction last time to bring this back, but it wasn't necessarily that we were agreeing that we were going to go forward with inclusionary zoning yet. We had questions. So I think we need to come back to some of those questions, or at least I need to. For context, I'm very supportive of affordable housing, supported renter protections here, supported the Plymouth development. This gives me pause, because as I look at it, we only get money for affordable housing if the market continues to build housing at market rate. And that's a concern that is suggested in various different reports that I've read, and through MRSC as well. It's kind of the key thing that's referenced. So what I need to go back to is the feasibility analysis, because on the face of it last week, it looked like it wouldn't be feasible to build single family homes in Kenmore, which I don't think is correct. So I kind of need to understand the the feasibility analysis?
Well,
Well,
I think
yeah.
the analysis was done on middle housing. It's not saying, it's not precluding somebody building single-family housing. So there's still a choice. Anybody can still build single-family housing. The analysis is done on middle housing and the number of units and where that is feasible.
So if we look at the memo, though, the last page of the memo suggests that somebody trying to build a single-family home on a 10,000 square foot lot would end up with residual profit in the negative of $253,000. So that's what I'm trying to understand is, I think we need a good sense of the feasibility, because we don't want to cool the market, because then nobody benefits. We don't get market rate housing and we don't get money for affordable housing. So I need to get a better understanding of what the feasibility is suggesting.
I can make a couple points. One is a caveat that all of this is modeling a prototypical development. And in reality, there's going to be a lot of variety in the types of properties, the costs, the builder's required profit. We developed a lot of those assumptions after interviewing industry stakeholders, but we also know it's not a one size fits all. So we have a required profit threshold of 15%. There might be someone who's comfortable pushing that lower. It might be some that actually need that to be higher. The single family prototype in particular is assuming that you're purchasing a lot with a home on it. So that's part of what challenges that feasibility, that you have to pay for the value of those improvements, tear them down, and pay for the cost of building a new home. And that may be feasible in some cases. But in the general prototype and assumptions that we were able to gather, it doesn't appear that would often be feasible. Maybe purchasing a vacant lot and building a single family home still is profitable, but since that's not the majority of the existing conditions in the city, we didn't select that as the prototype, the basis for the prototype.
Got it. So where I guess I'm more challenged as well is, so in the vast majority of the city, the most that we're allowing is really going to be a duplex, because we're only allowing 2 units per lot in most of the city, and that we're also looking at as something that would have difficulty with feasibility. Like where we're allowing 4 units per lot is, I think, within quarter mile of a major transit stop, which is not very much. Beyond that, we would allow 4 units per lot if 25% of the units were affordable, which again kind of is different from what we're looking at here. So that's another thing that I've got, not just about single family homes. If we make it difficult to build duplexes, that would definitely not be meeting the memo of middle housing.
I want to just quickly go back to what's in the draft to make sure that it's clear. In the draft code, all projects between 1 and 3 units are totally exempt from any inclusionary requirements. And that's directly because of the results of the feasibility study. And I think our understanding, the goal is not to make it more difficult for those projects to pencil, because they might already be challenged. It only would apply to projects of 4 or more units, where we do see that there's positive value beyond the point of a feasibility threshold on a prototypical project. Does that make sense? I just want to make sure that's clear.
It's starting to, but just so I understand, so if I get 2 lots and I put a duplex on either lot, I then become eligible for this inclusionary zoning fee in lieu. Although I'm only, because the analysis is kind of per building that's being built per lot. So as soon as I get 2 lots and I'm building 2 duplexes, I've gone above 4 units. So then I start to have to pay the fee in lieu. Am I correct in that? Because we're not just talking about the models that have been defined here. We're not just talking about the cottage houses, the townhouses, and the quadplexes. We're saying any project that has more than 4 units. So that would include single-family home projects that have more than 4 units, duplex projects. Well, those are the main ones that were just described as not feasible. So I guess, are we looking at economies of scale where because a developer is building more, we think they're more able to bear that cost within their development?
Right, I think it's either places where you are allowing 4 units on a single lot, or and I think this was discussed in the last discussion, there's a site that's big enough that you can subdivide and create multiple lots with each of those lots able to take advantage of the middle housing density, so that the whole project is somewhere between 4 and 9 units. Or more, 4 or more units.
Because I guess that's what I want to make sure could still happen, because I think that is still the majority of development that we're certainly seeing some in infill development where developers are coming in and not either taking out a single family home completely, the tear down, or they're ripping it down to the studs and rebuilding, remodeling. But a lot of what we see that's still going in is kind of these sort of 4 to 9 unit developments, but for, at the moment, what would be single family homes, but in the future could be duplexes, for example, on those. So as long as that could still happen, I think that would be feasible for me. What I wouldn't want to do is have middle housing that allows duplexes across the city and then make it so that developers wouldn't want to actually build it. That's my concern.
That's definitely understandable. And I think that's a part of why we wanted to share the estimate of what the fee would be, which is $6 a square foot. And by comparison, it's significantly lower than the roughly $30 a square foot that has been calculated for Redmond and Sammamish. So it really is set based on Kenmore's market, and is a fairly modest fee compared to other jurisdictions.
And that makes sense to me. When I look at it, the amount is low, right? So we're looking at 1% of the cost of the single family home, for example. I think, yeah, generally it's around somewhere between 1 and 2%, which does make sense to me. So I think we're not over asking there, and because we're exempting smaller projects, just thinking out loud here. So if we have a developer that is coming in that wants to build a single duplex, the small local developer, let's say they want to build a single duplex, they're not going to get this taken out of their profits, because that would then make it a riskier proposition for a small local developer, for example. But because we're exempting, that helps. The larger projects, so the 4+ units, yeah, that makes sense to me, though I guess because we're allowing 4 units per lot, I would wonder whether we would start at 5 units, because then we're actually working with developers that are working across 2 lots instead of, again, could be a small local developer purchases a lot, wants to put a quadplex in there or another form of hitting those 4 units, and we don't want to necessarily undermine that type of development, I think. So working through that, I think I can come around to it. I think the big red letters that say infeasible were the scary thing. So just making sure that, yeah, we're doing due diligence on that one. So back to the policy questions, if we can. Sorry, taking up a lot of time. should the smaller units be exempt? I would still be keen to exempt smaller units because I think we're trying to have housing choice as well as the housing that's affordable at the lower levels. And we do still need to provide that housing based on our requirements under the name of the bill that I can't remember, but we do have housing targets at each of the different levels. So I think we want to exempt smaller units because we're looking for that housing choice in that sense that is not necessarily affordable, but relates to affordability and housing choice. So that's why I'd be open to exempting smaller units. The size is questionable, right? I mean, this is something that also has changed a lot because when we looked at the original memo last time, it was suggesting under 2,000 square feet, and now we're looking at 1,000 square feet, which is quite a shift. I think somewhere in the middle might be, I think Commissioner Olson was suggesting 1,500. That probably feels good. The December 31st looks good to me as well. And yeah, definitely the ability for the city council to reevaluate and potentially reset the in lieu fee. I mean, how often is a question, right? I guess we budget biannually, so maybe every 2 years would be something that I would think about with that. And I should stop talking because that's been a lot. Yeah.
Commissioner Vanderlyn and then Commissioner Macias.
Thank you for all the folks who spoke earlier. I think there's a lot of good points here, and share that over the last couple of weeks or actually maybe months, I spent a good deal of time trying to think through a lot of these options and some of the consequences, and also trying to keep in mind that what we're doing is we're looking for something that we could basically try now, but we're really looking out at 15 to 20 years. So what are we going to put in place now that would help us make sure we have good answers that could stand up over a period of time? A couple of things that just come to my mind as we went through this. First of all, if we're going to do inclusive housing, which means we're going to provide public subsidy for housing out there, that has to be funded some way. How's that going to be funded? Well, we're out of any kind of tax potential in the city right now. There's some folks in this table who just went through an exercise with me, but we learned that quite clearly. In lieu of, in my mind, gives us an opportunity to tap a new revenue source. And it's actually, I think, not as, it's less aggressive or less regressive than some of the others. We don't have an income tax. That's not an option. But particularly if you were to tack the in lieu of fee to, for instance, sales price, you get some advantage there. Back to revenue. The other thing I'm thinking about too is why would we exempt any of these? You look at the feasibility analysis, and I have some questions about the validity of, well, not so much the validity. I think the numbers are correct. I think the model works correctly, but I think the market we're in is not really explained very well or reflected very well in the modeling. What I'm seeing, and there's stories in the newspaper every day that anybody can pick up on, middle housing is very much in demand. Single housing and house in demand. House on my block sold day one, full price, full cash. These stories are not apocryphal. That's happening every day. So what we're looking at, I think, is middle housing that's going to sell somewhere in the $500,000 to $1 million. And that's today. And that's only going up once. We're talking about $6 per square foot. That's $6,000, $12,000. If you get 2,500, you're up to what? A little over $10,000. This is chump change. The market doesn't going to recognize that at all. No developer is going to walk away from a development because they've got to pay an extra $10,000. Where is this money going to come from? Well, it's not going to come from the developer. It's not going to come from the investor. It's going to come from whoever ultimately buys the property or pays the rent.
They're not probably going to see it.
And they're not going to notice it.
I'm sorry,
You're anticipating me. That's just
I
fine.
anticipated that.
I'm glad you're following me. So again, I have to ask the question, why would we exempt anything? This is going to be our revenue source. What makes any particular development, particularly at this size, any less deserving of contributing than any other? And again, as I said, I think maybe thinking about basing this rather on a square foot, but rather on a percentage of sales price, has a couple of advantages. First of all, it eliminates the need for an inflation adjustment. The inflation adjustment is never going to keep up with the market anyway. It's always going to be below the market. So it gives you a fair price for what is being yielded here from the development. It adjusts the fee for unit size and the amenities. Going to be building more units if you're doing in lieu of at probably higher prices. It's going to yield more fees. It's going to help support more affordable housing. It also reduces pressure on the developer's cash flow. If you look at what's out here right now, a developer has to come up with cash earlier on. And they don't know what they're going to sell that property for. It's probably going to be understated. If you wait till you actually get the actual cash in hand, you're going to be better off for everybody. And then why not establish the LFU as the alternative for larger developments as well? Looking at the units, if you're looking at a new single-family home, whether you tear down and build or you find a lot, that's not going to sell for $1 million. That's going to sell for 5 million, 6 million, 7 million. Why would we exempt that?
Yeah.
Then when we look at the larger units, yes, I understand wanting to have inclusive units that has affordable housing spread units in some fair way across the city. But that's going to cost us. If you're going to do that, and you're going to put people into expensive housing development, or tell a developer you don't have to develop to the standard of the development, you're not doing anybody any favors. Better to keep the price high, develop more in lieu of fee out of that. So I would say rather than have for missing middle, and again, we're talking R4 and R6, we're not talking about the high density areas, make in lieu of fee rather than requiring that you actually provide and then have to maintain and follow and manage and administer a low income housing unit. Yeah, that would be nice, but I think we get more public advantage out of letting the developer develop to the highest standard they can, so we can develop more fees that we can use to develop more efficiently elsewhere. Same time, we have the problem that Mike told us about earlier, that you can game a lot of this by how size you put your units. Do it by percentage of, and you do it on everybody, you can't game it anymore. Increase the total project value to realize support. It will actually increase our ability to support more affordable goals. And we also relieve the city of the need to police all of this. Who's going to ensure that the actual rental prices that are being charged are what's per agreement? What's going to happen 10 years out when that property is now depreciated, or even a few years out when the other people who live there or own the property there want to make changes or developments? Who's going to pay for that? If you're at 80% of AMI, you're not going to be able to contribute to that. So who's going to pay for that? Probably going to come out of where are the pockets that can pay for that? That come out of either the full rate payers in the development, or it's going to come out of something out of the city. For instance, in lieu of fee fund. What you end up with is experience we saw in a lot of East Coast cities who developed low income properties and did rent controls. The properties start to deteriorate. 30 years, nobody's well off out of that. So again, I'll stop just by recapping what I'm suggesting. First of all, there's no exemptions. Everybody contributes. Everybody contributes at a free rate, at the same rate. That rate be set based upon the sales price. We do that front so the developer knows about it. And we use in lieu of only, and we missing middle. We don't actually require them to buy a low income, pay for that privilege.
Commissioner Macias.
Ooh, that's a tough one to follow, Mike. As I listened to this and as I was peeling through this, I started questioning whether are we exempting ourselves out of this entire inclusionary zoning to begin with? And that's kind of, I think, on the same track with Mike, is that, you know, and it does seem a bit contrary to what we've just gone down the path on this missing middle. You know, this inclusionary zoning is assuming we're not retaining as many existing homes, which we just discussed tonight, which was one of our policy directives, that we wanted to retain existing homes. So we're kind of already headed down that path. We're exempting smaller units, which we're really kind of gearing towards cottage housing and smaller units. You know, this is kind of what we're gearing our code to. And then the bigger units, the 9+, the feasibility just to get there in 6+, we don't even have 5-plex and 6-plex in our code. So it doesn't even apply to that. So when you break it down, it's like, what are we zoning fee in lieu of? What are we requiring? And when you see it, it's becomes very little. And I just, you know, and I look at the affordable housing portion of this. If we go to the fee in lieu, which it does look like there's a lot of cities that are going fee in lieu of to the affordable housing bucket. Well, that affordable housing is 80% AMI. And I think we are tracking at much, that for me is not the goal. The bucket is lower. I would like to see inclusionary zoning in somewhere where I can get big impact, you know, where we can get 50%, 60% and get 10 units, bulk units at a time. That it's like, that's big impact. That's where we need it. And I just don't know if that's here in R4 and R6. I don't, the $6 and $30, it's like, what does that actually look like as far as cost? What are we raising per year? Is that 100,000 in a bucket? That doesn't go far. So I don't know if this is the right fit.
Commissioner Olson and then Commissioner LaSalle.
I thought those were some great comments. I don't disagree with removing exemptions for smaller developments, and just making it a blanket rate. I also don't disagree with basing it off sales price, or if not sales price, and we do keep $6 per square foot or whatever that may be, having the payment occur during the sale, because I think that is a problem, especially for smaller developers to develop, right? Like you can't pay $100,000 up front potentially on top of bond and everything else you're posting necessarily. I like opening up the in lieu of option to other buildings. However, I do have concern around not building these types of housing throughout the city. I am going to just say this. I have heard on this commission language in the past where we have referred to the neighborhoods on the hills as regular neighborhoods, neighborhood down here as somehow not regular. And while I fully understand and agree with maintenance concerns and things like that, I think we should be careful that this is called inclusionary zoning because we are trying to be inclusive. We are trying to bring and mix different incomes, different brackets and stratas to better promote social equity in our community. But I also understand the scale effect, and I agree with that fundamentally. I just want to make sure that we don't put it all in one spot in our downtown and view it as this is the place to put low-income housing. And I just want to voice that. Otherwise, I think those are great recommendations. I think that makes it a lot more efficient. I think it's a lot more consistent. As far as the exempting minimum lot or exempting buildings under a certain size or units under a certain size, the intent there, because I think I voiced that one originally, and I voiced it again earlier, was entirely just to try and improve attainability of housing at those scales. And in this area, we're looking at, $350 a square foot for new construction costs, thereabouts. That's on the lower end from what I understand. That's an old number at this point. So 1,000 square foot unit is $350,000. That's not accounting for land. That's not accounting for the old unit you demolish. Commissioner Dorian's example, we have two lots, two 10,000 square foot lots, and we're going to build 4 units, which I think you can build more than 4 units. I think maybe you could build 6, but I'm going to use 4 just for the sake of this example. You're looking at a cost of $550,000, $2 million total, $1 million each lot, $200,000-ish, maybe $100,000 to $200,000 in demo costs. I'm kind of rounding here. 4 units, that's $550,000 before we've built anything. And then you add $350,000 for 1,000 square foot units, which are exempt. Those are $900,000 units, and we haven't looked at other costs. That's a lot of money. And you don't fix that without increasing density in those areas, frankly, or allowing for more units to be built. Decreasing unit size does not decrease cost per square foot. It just decreases total cost, which can be beneficial if you're limited, right? Like, I'm willing to pay more per square foot. If I can't afford a bigger luxury house, I'm going to pay what I can afford to get that. That all said, I think for me, I don't need that. And I can accept not exempting smaller units if we are exempting additional units built on existing lots. If we're trying to maintain existing housing stock and we're trying to maintain already affordable housing stock, because I think that's really what I'm concerned around, is I don't want to see a demolished single family house with an ADU in it so that we can build 4 $900,000 units that are exempt under the proposal that we currently have here, right? And I don't think that would happen. I'm using kind of hypotheticals that are pretty extreme, frankly, but I see no reason not to expand this and remove the exemptions for smaller developments and make it kind of a flat rate that everyone sees, so long as we're protecting existing housing stock and existing, not necessarily affordable, but attainable and more affordable housing relative to new construction. New construction is more expensive, period. We know that. Yeah.
Commissioner LaSalle was up, and it looks like, Debbie, would you also like to say something?
No, I'm
No?
waiting to make sure. There's been a lot of thoughts here, which is
Yeah.
great. And from the thoughts I've heard, it seemed like there is general support for inclusionary housing. I think you're just struggling over the details. This is not intended to get deeply affordable housing, 50%, 30% or not. This is not the way to do it. This is basically trying to make market rate housing a little bit more affordable and providing a way that if you have a larger type of development, that one house would go in place, or there is a fee in lieu for those, units, developments above 10, excuse me. So on-site above 10, a fee in lieu between 4 and 9, and you're struggling with, should there be an additional exemption and what should that size be? But I think some of the questions you're raising are more struggling with, how do we get more affordable units? This is only one tool in the toolbox. This is not going to address all levels of affordability, but it is focused on market rate housing, and middle housing is generally a little less, a little more affordable because it's typically smaller. And this is basically saying that because there's going to be more units, now's the time to consider a requirement for inclusionary. So I'm hearing that there's general support there, and I would like to try and get back, and I'm sorry, Chair, that I just realized that you had not given your opinion on this, but I'm really not hearing clear direction to these questions.
All right. Commissioner LaSalle, and then I will try to see if I can get us on a track to answering these questions. So go ahead, Commissioner LaSalle.
Awesome. I'll try and remember everything I wanted to say, but still be concise. Agreed with Debbie's comment about, I see this as a tool for which I am very supportive of. And I don't think we should deprive ourselves of a tool with the understanding that, of course, it doesn't solve the entire issue. So for sure. With regards to the questions, I don't necessarily support exemptions. For tying back to my initial question of, can we forecast it? Because if we only build if it's only mandatory to build for 10 units plus, I don't know if we have many of those projects in Kenmore to begin with. And then if it can be gained with the ADUs of less than 100,000 square feet, et cetera, without having a clear understanding of if we do not do that, then there is there's going to be a very hard issue to make that system work, which I haven't necessarily heard. I don't think we should necessarily do the exempt. To try and answer and give my opinion at the same time for the two remaining ones, is December 31st, 2025 long enough to vest? If the average submission is going to take 21 days, this isn't going to happen in October, and so normally there should be enough time. So I feel as though it is sufficient to vest. As to the reevaluation, I think that there's two reevaluations. There's the reevaluation of this commission of have our affordable housing policies made progress, and that would be reviewed on an ad hoc perspective. I think that we need time for the policy to come into place, so any revision less than a year would be too soon, but it had to have to be at least a year and a half. And as for the fee rates, I think, yeah, every 2 to 3 years seems realistic. Again, depending on how we factor that in, if it is $1 per square foot, or if it is what Commissioner Van der Laan suggested, tied to the price of the price of the unit. In that case, we might not have to reevaluate it that much because it self-corrects with market prices.
All right, I will share some of my thoughts and then we'll see if we can make some forward movement on recommendations to staff. Okay, so here's my thinking. The inclusionary zoning proposal before us might not get us that many affordable units right now, but market conditions are always changing. And even a few affordable units are valuable to our community, especially when and if the inclusionary zoning regulations do not suppress all other development, and we are also using other mechanisms to create affordable housing in our community. So I am agreeing, I am seeing this as just one tool to solve a really big, complex problem. This is not going to solve our affordability crisis or the fact that people don't have shelter or that we desperately need housing at 30% AMI. But as long as we can still kind of push those other levers, I am in support of pushing this one. I've appreciated hearing from community members who believe in the power of the market to create affordable units if cities get out of the way with regulations. I've appreciated hearing from the master builders. I've appreciated hearing from Arch. I've read really widely on inclusionary zoning and have found really smart pieces arguing both that it works and that it doesn't. Which leads me to believe that it's a really complicated topic, and there's probably no one right answer. And I think also the reason for these disparate takes is that inclusionary zoning is a concept more than one thing, and how it is implemented really matters. I'm sympathetic to the supply and demand argument when it comes to housing. The more housing we have, the less expensive it should be. I don't think, however, that we have 30 to 40 years or however long it would take to let the market sort out our affordability crisis without intervention. People need homes right now, and if inclusionary zoning is a way to create even a little bit of affordability right now in our communities, I think it's worth trying. So those are my general feelings about inclusionary zoning. I am supportive of it, and I'm feeling like I'm kind of broadly hearing that the commission is supportive of the idea. I feel like that's maybe where we need to start, because if there are enough of us who don't see a path forward in any way, then, talking about the details doesn't make a whole lot of sense. So I feel like I'm hearing us say that enough of us feel like there's a path forward that we should continue talking about it, but I want to just take your I want to make sure I'm not making assumptions. So thumbs up if you feel like there maybe is a path that you could see it happening in some ways. So
And details yet to be.
and then details yet to be worked out. Yes. Okay. So we are unanimous on that. Okay. So, and now we can get into the details. I think the easier ones to tackle are the second two. And I was hearing broadly that December 31st felt like it would be long enough to vest applicants. Did I hear you all correctly? Yeah. Okay. So I think we're unanimous on that point, the second one.
I
Oh,
do have a question.
Yes, Vice Chair Thompson, go ahead.
When we say, let's just say for a moment, that this in lieu of fee would be collected at closing for a moment. Does the vesting mean that those homes that are vested at that time would not be paying that fee at closing at all? Is that what we're saying? It's not when the house closes, it's when it's vested, and that vesting. You understand the question I'm asking, so it could be a little complicated.
I'm going to have to look unless Lindsay knows the answer off the top of her head. Lindsay, what is the draft code proposing for timing of payment?
If I know Mike, he drafted it the way most of the other cities do, which is that it's paid at building permit. But I can stop sharing my screen and just triple check that. It's a little bit separate from the question, though. The question is about when do you want this policy to take effect? And giving a grace period for property owners who might be in the early stages of planning a project right now.
Yeah, that is the question that's related to the second point. Go ahead, Commissioner Vanderlyn.
I guess what I would ask is, what's the problem we're trying to solve here? I think the problem we're trying to solve is that there are property owners out there right now who are intending to go out and do a development based upon a set of principles that are about to change. Yeah. So what's the trigger point here? Well, to me, it would be probably something like the sale price, the closing of the sale on the property that's going to be developed. That's kind of hard that involves determining intent. So I think what we'd have to do is have some kind of review process that would say, for any developer as of this date, if you have a concern about being vested here, you need to come to the city and have that and begin some sort of review process, which would lead to permitting. Or you're silent and you're covered under the current rule.
I think you're right about the problem that we're trying to solve, and also
Just leave the vesting
I
language there.
Would be defined.
well,
Well, maybe
yeah.
this is something for the public hearing, or some expertise.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm just trying to collect my thoughts. I think that if we try to vest a project in any other way than the application with the city, it becomes very complicated. So I feel like we have to decide that we're okay with that definition of vesting, which the city has already. That's something that we do. And so I think that we would have to be, that makes the most sense to me. Most consistent, yeah. Commissioner Vanderlyn, yes.
I think that's right. If we gave public notice out there that says, as of a certain date, if you have an application that's submitted by that date, then you could be subject to the existing rules. But after that date, application that comes in is vested under the new rules.
Yes, and I think that is what question 2 is asking us, if we are okay with that or not. So I'm seeing Commissioner Dorian, you're about to raise your hand. So Commissioner Dorian and then Commissioner LaSalle.
I was wondering if we should look at the code, the proposed code, because I think it clarifies some of these questions, but also opens some more. So the wording that Mike has is that development applications vested by December 31st, 2025 shall be exempt from this affordable housing requirement if the proposed development conforms to regulations in place before June 1st, 2025. In other words, if you have a single family home development, you can be exempt. But if you're doing anything with middle housing, because that would be after June 1st, 2025, then you cannot be exempt. So I don't know if that's a separate question, but that, with the wording as it is now, that would be what we would be looking at, I believe. There's other wording in here that describes when the payments would be made as well. And I think it defaults to our existing alternative compliance for affordable housing, which is prior to issuance of building permits. But back to the question, I mean, I guess that's the point is that the application vested, whatever vested means, back to Vice Chair Thompson's question earlier, by December 31st is the date piece of this, but there's also an overlay in here that it has to be single family home effectively, because it has to be regulations prior to June 1st.
And I read that as consistent with the fact that we are able to develop this inclusionary zoning code because we are developing middle housing regulations. And so it doesn't, to my mind, we want to capture the value at the same time that we are creating it. So I don't see why we would exempt any of that at all.
So just making that clear to everyone, I guess, though, is that's what we're not suggesting that people could start putting in proposals for middle housing before December 31st and invest in that time. We're only giving leeway for anybody who's putting in a single family home development of more than 3 single family homes.
Lindsay, would you be willing to speak to the intent of the code being drafted this way?
Yeah, I think it's designed for folks who may have had somewhere in their plans a project that they could do under existing code, and not to create an unintended impact on them because they happen to submit their application after this new code takes effect. And because the policy already exempts, at least the draft policy already exempts projects under 4 units, an example might be a single family subdivision that sort of in the planning phase now, that can already be done under existing code.
Commissioner LaSalle and then Commissioner Olson.
Yeah, just a quick clarification in some of the language that was used with regards to the cutoff date. The language that Lindsay was sharing regards the cutoff is when effectively the submission is accepted and therefore is fully vested. Whereas what I thought I understood coming from some of us was that the cutoff would be at submission, but not necessarily at approval of the submission, which while that gives more time, also potentially allows to, I'm going to temporarily file something even if I know it's not complete, just as a placeholder. And just wanted to clarify if that was what was being suggested, or if we're sticking to the vesting of the submission as the cutoff date.
I think we would have to stick with what the city's current practices are for vesting projects.
Awesome.
Is that something that you can talk to Debbie and Todd, or is that too complicated for this moment? Is that the kind of a question that you would come back with?
And that's what I thought we were talking about. I just wanted to clarify to make sure I was aligned as well.
So vesting occurs after an application is determined to be complete. So you have to have a determination of a complete application to vest to the current regulations. That's vesting.
And I'm totally aligned with that. It's just I had heard in our conversations that there was a mention of the cutoff being triggered at submission, but the submission didn't necessarily imply, and I just wanted to call it out, it didn't necessarily imply the fact that it had been verified as a full application and therefore had invested. And so I'm aligned with it has to be considered complete to vest and therefore be the cutoff date, but just wanted to call it out for clarification, that's all.
Commissioner Olson?
I don't want to completely change the point, here. I think the vesting timeline that we currently have makes sense to me. My understanding is vesting has some commitment from the developer oftentimes, and so it would be a cost to them to vest and then pull out of a project after the fact just to have a placeholder. I do want to mention, I still have some concerns around removing exemptions for the 0 to 3 units, specifically because of the math that I presented earlier. That math is assuming that we buy land and demo a building. If we don't demo the building and we don't have to buy the land and you're able to just add a new unit, now you're just looking at $350,000 for a 1,000 square foot unit for a DADU or something along those lines. And that is, once again, not necessarily affordable, but far more attainable in today's guidelines. And my concern is if we start taxing that at the same rate immediately, we are then making something that is currently attainable, unattainable, even to working professionals in this area that is being done at a market rate without intervention. And that's basically the only exception I can think of, though. Beyond that, like once we start redeveloping a lot fully, I don't even want to consider that because your costs are so high immediately that I don't know what you're going to do. So anyways.
Yes, that's a good point. So can we return to the questions, please?
Yeah, I was wondering.
So
Oh, Lindsay has got it, right, Lindsay?
I can pull them back up.
yeah, so is December 31st, 2025 long enough to vest for applicants who intend to build under current regulations? I think that I'm really hearing broadly yes. Is that true, or is this something we need more discussion about or even potentially vote? Are there disparate opinions on it? Commissioner Vanderlyn?
I didn't hear what you were asking us to.
I am reading the second bullet point here about the vesting. Yeah. Okay, I think that was the majority of thumbs up, even if not, maybe it may be unanimous again, is it? Commissioner Dorian, what are you doing over there? Are you a thumbs up or no?
Yeah, just think that, yes, sure, thumbs up.
You don't have to be.
That's
You-
okay, Dave.
I didn't mean to put you on the spot. Okay, so at any rate, we're either majority or unanimous on point number 2, December 31st, 2025 is long enough to vest for applicants who intend to build under current regulations. Okay, so I think the second easiest question is the last one. How often should the city council reevaluate and potentially reset the in lieu fee rate? I think I was hearing anywhere from 2, I heard 2 years a bunch. I also think I heard somebody say 3 years. Is this something that needs more discussion? Commissioner Vanderlyn?
Well, the other option is rather than setting it based upon square footage, to rather do it based on sales price, which would be much simpler. You don't have to reset it. You automatically readjust the market.
That is something that, I don't know if anybody does that, Mike, to be honest. I don't know if there are examples.
Not to anybody before.
Well, no, there's
Not
there's
me.
usually, it's because I mean, that is sort of so variable that then you're going to have to calculate it every single time based on sales price. This is a more easier way of calculating. It's a tried and true way of calculating. So I think if we're going to start talking about a new way of collecting fees based on something, that's a much bigger discussion. I would probably say if you're in favor of an in lieu fee, try this. And if it isn't working or we're not getting enough, then let's try something different. But I think it's late in the day or late in the game to try and figure out if that is a viable way of doing it.
Commissioner Dorian and then Vice Chair Thompson.
And then, yeah, just going to the code again. So at the moment, there's 2 things that I think are important to this, is that what we're committing to is the method of calculation, which at this time happens to be $6 per square foot. What it says in here, which is page 6, line 24, the initial fee rate shall be based on the difference between typical market rate housing expenses and affordable housing expenses in Kenmore, as the city shall determine using commonly accepted methods. And then the next bit talks about how frequently Mike is thinking. So the city council shall increase or decrease the fee annually to reflect the current published annual change in the Seattle Consumer Price Index for wage earners and clerical workers. So the proposal from Mike is that it's annual, but it's also like $6 per square foot wasn't just a finger in the wind. It's based on this calculation. So I think that should mean updates could be brought to council versus council having to stick their finger in the wind and decide what they want it to be. There would be the calculation of how much it's changed that could be shared.
Yes, and then go down to D as well.
May reset the fee rate no more frequently than 2 years, or you're right, based on updated analysis of market rate and affordable housing expenses. So I'm not sure how those two things go together.
I will say how I read this and then or maybe Lindsay, you just tell us what this means.
Yeah, sure. One is an automatic adjustment that happens on an annual basis based on the CPI. The other is a commitment that we would repeat the analysis that generated the fee in the first place. And that may be a change that's different from CPI. And you'll see, the tendency is if you let it be relying on CPI for too long, it does sort of it can get imbalanced with the original methodology. And it matters more when there's an option to pay the fee versus provide the on-site units, because then you will see developers choose the fee every time if they're out of balance.
The method, just to finish the thought, the method of calculation here is different from our existing method of calculation for fee in lieu. So I'm just interested in why that is. Is that because of the different scale of the residential units, or?
I can speak a little bit to the history of the existing code, which I'm pretty sure resembles what we do in Kirkland, is somewhat cumbersome to administer. You have to do a project-specific analysis of the costs to build on a particular project site. And so it takes quite a bit more staff time to collect all that information. It can also be a contentious process because the developer has to agree on all your assumptions and provide you with some of the data for the analysis. So this is an alternative methodology that gets more at the difference between an affordable sale price and a typical market rate sale price, rather than the cost to build. And it's quite a bit easier to get sale price data than all the detailed cost data for a specific project.
Thank you.
So Commissioner Vanderlyn.
Well, thank you, Debbie. As usual, you provide some wisdom here. If you look at the two choices other than basing it on sale price, one of them you basically have to do an econometric model. I think that's not worth the effort. So if we weren't going to do something based upon sales price, which I would say is a known number, which could apply to a preset percentage, which shouldn't take that long to calculate. That's a pretty well-known number. There's not a lot of sophistication to that. Got the two factors that you need are easily available at the time you want to make the calculator. If we had to choose between two existing choices, I go with CPI, even though we know it's going to undervalue our LIO, and it's going to not generate, and it's going to probably be taken advantage of, particularly the longer we let it go. I'd still go with that because it's something we can rely on and calculate without having to go through a huge analysis. So, and I think basing it a set rate against sales price is the best way to go. But if we're concerned that that's not what everybody else is doing, and want to take what appears to be a safer, then I'd go CPI.
Vice Chair Thompson, and then Commissioner Olson.
Well, I'm all for figuring out the easiest and simplest way to go. And the less, also the method that will not create a whole lot of angst in our community. And so I'm sort of leaning toward the square footage, because that's easy to do and quick to administer, and it'd be not the square footage of the lot, it'd be the square footage of the house. That was my thought, or the bill, including the garage if there's one. But so now moving from that is the question of who do we go after and charge this fee? Let's call it the fee. And I see that when someone builds, demolishes, or has a fresh new lot, either way, property, and they build, whether they build a 10-unit masterpiece or a 1-unit mansion, I'm along the lines of my friend over there on the other side of the chair, that we should just, this is all development, and we should just charge the fee. That's very reasonable. And that's one thing that I liked about the square footage, because you can kind of do it and it's not as much. You know, $6 a square foot for 2,000 is like I said, $12,000. Well, that's, you can see where that's at. And I think everybody, because when they build a single family home in a single unit lot, that is, no matter, it could be used for whatever someone wants to use it for, they need to, you know, that entity should be paying the same amount of income toward our affordable housing pot, or we're not going to get there. That's just, I think that that's a way to look at it. And that's fairer than having to take it out of the pot of where they're trying to stretch a few more, all out of the pot of where they're really trying to stretch a few more units in a particular piece of land. Now, know what the other side would say if I'm on this side. The other side might say, well, we're creating a new tax. Call it what they're going to call it. But we have got to do something about our affordable housing crisis. And I'm not necessarily certain that I'm in favor of your argument, because affordable housing needs to be by transit, it needs to be by services, it needs to be by markets, and so that it's a walking endeavor, if possible, or bike riding endeavor, whatever the deal may be. And most affordable housing is multiplex housing. When we're talking about affordable, I'm not talking about 80%, I'm talking about 30 and below. That's what we need to look at. We have people on the streets here in Kenmore today and tonight, and we have other people that aren't even, you can't even see, that are struggling in their parents' homes or living on the couch somewhere because they can't afford, they may be, like you're saying, service workers somewhere, but they can't afford rent. So they're all they can do is eat, get to work, get back, and that's about it. And we have got to do something for those people, and I'm sorry to say, what they need is area where they have transit and all the services. The folks that have 80% or 50% plus, that's fine. We can build cottage houses. We can build all kinds of other stuff outside the urban line for Kenmore. So that's, I think we've got to step forward, and this is a chance that, thank you, Mike, for pointing that out last meeting. I have been thinking about it probably like you, not as much as you have, but ever since you said that, I think that's really important. So I will, and just to pitch my whereases, this is one of the reasons you see a long list of whereas. Of course, a lot of them are going to get X'd out. But the point is we need to say why we're doing this. And I just tried to do a little bit of that to save staff and council a few moments and thinking of it, and then saving the environment too. So I'm for the full vote.
Thank you for sharing your thoughts, Vice Chair Thompson. I will entertain a motion to extend our meeting until 10:30.
I did a Cory book.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, any opposed? No, okay, we will extend our meeting until 10:30. We may end earlier if we end earlier, but I don't want to have like 5 motions extending the meeting 5 minutes at a time. Okay, so Commissioner Olson, do you had your hand raised? Yes, go ahead, Commissioner Olson.
Yeah, so playing devil's advocate against my own argument from previously. Let's say someone does build a DADU for $350,000 and the market rate is $900,000. You're giving that individual potentially a lot of profit. That said, I still think we get caught in a trap of being so concerned about that we don't drive down costs overall where possible, and then we don't drive down market prices where possible. That doesn't mean they shouldn't pay a fee. It's just that fee has a bigger effect. I also want to clarify and make sure I'm understanding something correctly. It was my understanding that the $6 is per square foot of the lots being developed total. So if it's a 4 units or whatever it may be, say, for example, 6 units on 20,000 square feet, it'd be 20,000 times 6, right? For a total of $120,000 in fee. Is that correct?
I believe that's correct, but as my brain is shutting down here, Lindsay, can you verify that that statement is correct?
Can you repeat the question one more time?
Yeah, from my reading of this, I've just heard a couple back and forths. And so I just want to make sure I understand this correctly and for the commission as well. The per square foot is per square foot of the total lot area being developed. So if you've got 2 existing 10,000 square foot lots and they're 20,000 square feet, for example, of the total lot area, and you're putting 6 units on those $20,000.
The per square foot fee applies to the new building square footage.
Okay, perfect. That makes me feel a lot more comfortable then about what we're discussing. Because that, in my opinion, I have no problem saying an ADU can pay that because it's smaller. I just wanted to clarify that because it really matters, especially for existing units. Thank you.
Super. I love that you all are trying to answer question number 1 because it is the most interesting question we have before us. However, let us focus and see if we can answer question number 3. How often should the city council reevaluate and potentially reset the in lieu fee rate? Again, I heard mostly people saying 2 years, but I think I heard 3. So Commissioner Dorian, go ahead.
One thing I guess, so it's a commitment from Arch to provide the econometric modeling again. How much does that cost? And is that something that the city of Kenmore has to pay for? Or is that covered by Arch to redo that?
It's not a significant lift for us to update that. It's just collecting sale price data, and we have the model in place. So I think that that would be covered with our, current staffing.
Okay, great.
Would anyone like to make a motion about how often the city council should reevaluate and potentially reset the in lieu fee rate?
I would move that the code as proposed in the proposed code amendment, that is the draft 18.77 Affordable Housing Amendments Arch, is retained for the timing that it sets, which is 1 year CPI and then 2 years using the new econometric modeling. So to make that simple, I'll try and make that simple for you, Shannon. I would just propose that we accept the timings that are proposed in the code amendment by Arch.
Outline 30.
Second.
Okay, let's do a voice vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the motion passes unanimously. So we have answered 2 questions. Fantastic job, commissioners. Let's move on to the first one. Should smaller units be exempt from the in lieu fee if small projects fewer than 4 units are already exempt? If so, what is the right size? So I know some of us have already spoken to this. If you have any additional thoughts or just kind of want to refresh the rest of us on what you think, please go ahead. Commissioner Dorian.
Just my one thing is, I think earlier this evening, if I'm remembering correctly, we had thumbs up for one of our goals was to encourage the development of smaller units. So I think that's where this fits as well, is that we don't want to be encouraging them with one move, but then discouraging them in a way by adding additional fees to them with another move. So that's where I think it, but I think with those smaller units, we also said specifically we were thinking cottage housing. So in that case, the right size would be whatever would be right for cottage housing for me.
Commissioner Vanderlyn.
If we want to be consistent, I agree, we should exempt cottage housing. But that would still include, not exempt anything else built within R4 and R6. Pardon me?
Lindsay, may I ask you a question for the good of the commission that you may or may not be able to answer?
Sure.
All right. So in your modeling, is there any way to, so you're showing us kind of where certain types of development are feasible in the inclusionary zoning regulations? Are they totally agnostic about all of our other incentives, the things that we are trying to do to encourage certain things? If, we didn't end up incentivizing reducing impervious surface, for example, but I'll use that one as an example since we didn't do it. So does this inclusionary zoning, would that have any impact on, say, that incentive in front of a developer to say, like, you can build more or taller if you reduce your impervious surface? Or is the model just that doesn't play a role in what the developer might do in terms of my question is getting very muddled. Do you understand at all what I am trying to ask?
I mean, I think you're pointing to what are the intended or unintended incentives you're creating with these exemptions. And anytime you create some kind of exemption, you will create an incentive, so right now there's an incentive to probably build 3 instead of 4 units. If you create 4 units as the cutoff for when the policy kicks in. And that's just, that's the flip side of carving that off. Same with, if you choose 1,000 square foot or 1,500 square foot, you're going to create a a cliff where if you go past that limit and the policy kicks on, if you're a project that's on the cusp of that level, you will create an incentive the other way. So I think it's important to think it through. It's good thing you're being careful and thinking this through. And one thing, just to point out that Mike put in the memo is originally we drafted the options shared at the last meeting, not intending to mingle the two types of exemptions, the square foot exemption and the unit exemption. It's still a valid policy choice for you to consider. But it does create a slightly more complex code to administer. And it does, continue to narrow the funnel of where the policy would actually end up applying.
Commissioner Olson?
Yeah, so I think I've repeatedly said this. The thing that fundamentally concerns me is increasing housing costs further for the units that we can create today, and that smaller developers, individual homeowners may choose to build, specifically ADUs and DADUs. I would almost rather we just remove all the exemptions and then combine the fewer than 4 units and 1,200 square feet, whatever it may be, whatever that size. I'm not set on that at the moment. And it applies to everything else beyond that, with the intent of, yes, there is a potential profit for those people, but it is limited to existing homeowners, frankly, who are only going to be able to add, that amount of housing, which is the next incremental amount. And then beyond that incremental amount, that would increase housing stock and hopefully push down costs, and they would do it at a profit. Beyond that, it applies to everyone, blanket, end of story. And the other intent behind that is, if you have a homeowner who wants to add a DADU that's 1,000 square feet, they don't have to go pay $6,000 up front on top of the other fees, permits, and regulations that an inexperienced first-time homeowner developing something like this would need to go through. That being said, there is profit they could potentially make from this, but I think in the grand scheme of things, in my mind, that's offset by the value the community gets for potentially driving down those home prices over time. So we're not burdening individuals or people less experienced with development regulations. And we narrow down that potential exemption for 3 units or fewer because, frankly, ADUs and DAUs are not going to be yeah, you can make a lot of profit potentially by percentage, but your total value isn't necessarily going to be significantly higher. The total gross profit isn't as big.
I think it is really good that we're being thoughtful about this. This feels important because it does have implications for our community for years, if not decades to come. I'm trying to figure out a way to help us kind of reorient and see if it's possible for us to make a recommendation. The one thing I keep thinking about is that there was rationale for the options presented to us. And there is rationale for the option, the kind of combined option so there was rationale for the 2 options that were presented to us by Arch 2 weeks ago. And there was rationale for the option that is presented to us this week, which is sort of like a hybrid of those 2. And I think the reason I want to remind us of that is because I don't want us to recommend something that ends up with the unintended consequence that we don't see, that any of the things that we're so worried about happen, like that we don't see any development or we don't accrue any value. And so I kind of want to adhere to like what the model is telling us and not try to like just make up like we want to do this for reasons that we have, but that are kind of like get disconnected from the model. Does that make sense? Okay, so where does that leave us? Do we want to consider, did commissioners like either option 1 or 2 from 2 weeks ago? or do commissioners like the kind of hybrid option as it's presented to us in the code this week? And do we need to kind of be reminded about what those options are? Okay. Lindsay, I don't know if I can read. Maybe we could put up the memo. Would that be an easy way to do it?
I can do that. I do recall option 2 was quite a bit more complicated than option 1. And so I think it helped that you did pick an option that was simpler. Option 2 had distinct requirements depending on location. And so I hesitate to open up a new question that you had settled previously.
Yeah. Well, while you're looking for something, can I just read what's in the memo for everybody? I'll just read, and so I guess for the listening public as well. This is on page 3 of the Arch memo, so that if you want to follow along, you may.
This week's.
This week's Arch memo, it's on page 3. Yeah. It's under proposed code amendments. Option 1 presented an exemption. This is just the rationale for it. It's not the exact code. Option 1 presented an exemption for projects of 1 to 3 units on the grounds that these are typically built by smaller builders or single homeowners and shown to be infeasible or less feasible in our modeling. And that was the option that would have applied the inclusionary zoning regulations across the entire city. So it was like simpler that way. Option 2 would have exempted only units up to a certain size square footage, encouraging construction of smaller units and requiring affordability from large homes regardless of project size. And I do believe that one was tied to certain areas of the city. Was that tied to proximity to major transit stops? Yeah, I'm getting a yes there. Okay,
Yeah.
so that one was tied to proximity to major transit stops. Okay, and then when we combined them, we created the unintended in Arch's view, and I agree. I don't think that's an unfair characteristic of what we did, of exempting nearly all middle housing in projects of fewer than 10 units from contributing affordability. So actually, that's something that I'm hearing that we don't want to do, actually. Like, we want to be able to capture more of this value than that. So I think we have to, so then Arch, what Lindsay, what you and Mike did was recommended some hybrid that you felt like would help us avoid that unintended consequence. And that is what is presented to us in the code today. Is that correct?
No, I mean, I think
No.
he drafted what he heard, which is
He did.
include both kinds of exemptions and up to, and the square foot base was 2,000 square feet, which is quite a bit larger than we probably would recommend if you were going to do both kinds of exemptions.
Okay. So Commission, would you like to go back and consider options 1 or 2 from 2 weeks ago, or no? Commissioner Vanderlyn?
No.
Okay.
Not, I think, for the reason you're asking. We seem to be going down, we're going to continue with what we said before and not considering the option of having no exemptions.
We had exemptions before and we can still consider them.
No,
I'm
sorry.
just trying to
Let me rephrase it.
simplify this for us.
We would not exempt any size unit or housing development in R4 and R6. They all pay an LIO or eventually would provide an affordable unit.
Oh, Debbie, I think I need some help. I need some help.
Okay, I'm struggling to come up with this too. So I think the question though is, you've combined 2 things. So do you still want to combine 2 things? Or so you can either do one or the other, so you could still have the exemption for 4 or fewer units and not worry about the size, it's just the number of units. You could just not exempt any units and just base the exemption on size, or you could then have this hybrid model of combining the 2. So I think that's kind of where you're struggling with. I haven't heard anybody say they still want to have the unit exemptions. So maybe we can kind of attack it that way. So maybe start with, is the consensus to exempt 3 units or less?
Commissioners? Okay, so Commissioner Wilson's like, eh. Commissioner Macias, go
I
ahead.
just have to say it. We have spent months building this middle housing code and what we want to see and how we want to develop it. Are we trying to squeeze this code that we've worked for months on to fit this? Or does this fit us? I mean, I really am just like, we really want smaller units and we really, like, we've spent extra time on cottage housing. I think that's important to keep, is those cottage housing units. I mean, that was a big decision for us. I struggle with this. I just have to say it.
So are you suggesting that you want to exempt units of a certain size or that you don't want
I
inclusionary
do.
zoning at all?
I think we should. I think we've worked
Okay.
really hard at trying to get smaller sizes and little cottage housing that we want to see, that we've given choice in housing.
Okay.
I think that's the precedent.
Okay, do you have a square footage in mind, like the cottage housing?
I think it
square
was
footage?
1,500, I think is where I think that's cottage housing. I think that's what code is, correct? 1,500? Is it 1,200? I think we stay there. I think that's where that line is.
Vice Chair Thompson?
Yeah, well, I was just gonna say 1,200 is probably better because 1,500 and 1,800, there are a lot of homes being built for that square footage. So I think if you want cottage, that's the goal. We should be down there. That's all I'll be quiet.
Yeah, I think so. I think that if we geared specific code to cottage housing and including it as as a missing middle housing, then yeah, I'd like to keep it there.
Commissioner Vanderlyn?
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, if I understand you, excluding our cottage housing from LIU, fine. I could just, if nothing else, just to be consistent with everything. But every other type of development, subject to an LIO.
Can we
You're now
exclude by
creating
type?
another option. You're now creating another option. I think it would be better, I think it's better rather than to exempt a type, it's either exempt the number of units and based on size. Or based on size, rather than the type of unit. So I think I don't think there is a limit on cottage housing. The limit in the code is for ADUs, which is 1,000. The current code draft is at 2,000. So really, if you want to go down this path, I would suggest you're somewhere between 1,000 and 2,000. I think Arch is saying 2,000 you would basically be exempting most of the middle housing requirements. So to me, you would either go at the lower end of 1,000 or in the middle at 1,500.
Commissioner Olson?
I would propose a motion that we remove the minimum number of, we maintain the minimum number of units developed from 0 to 3 in line with Arch's recommendations, and say all units 1,200 square feet and smaller are exempt.
Can you say the second part of that again, please, about the square footage?
1,200 square feet smaller.
1,200, so 1,200.
Yeah, matching the cottage housing. I could see it applying to ADUs as well, but larger ADUs would still, if you're building an ADU 1,300 square feet, it would still be affected.
Okay, there's a motion on the table. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Commissioner Olson, could you please repeat the motion for Commissioner Vanderlyn?
Proceeding with Arch's recommendation of exempting 3 and fewer units and exempting units 1,200 square feet and smaller.
Okay, so the motion was yours, Commissioner Olson. Would you like to speak to it?
I still have some concerns around exemptions, especially for expensive single-family housing. I could totally see, to Commissioner Vanderlin's previous point, someone goes in and redevelops a single-family house and turns it into this, $4 or $5 million mansion, not capturing any of that value. And I'm a bit concerned about that. At this time, I'm more concerned about overburdening smaller developers, which is why I voiced this constraint or voiced this motion as it's stated now. And I think it's something we can revisit. And this may be, I guess I should have asked this question before I made the motion, but Lindsay, I would assume that we can amend how this is implemented in the future after we see results as well, not just change the price. So we could potentially, adjust the square footage or adjust the unit size that it applies to with some notice or something along those lines. Is that correct?
Code is always adjustable.
That's what I figured. I just wanted
Just
to
one caveat that, and I haven't, we don't have a lot of precedent for like small tweaks of the kind you're talking about. But in general, when you add requirements, there is a legal mandate to add incentives at the same time. So if you exempt large single-family homes today, but you want to apply it in the future, you might have some legal questions about the basis for doing that at that time. The other approach that we generally recommend, if you want to reserve that option for the future, is to establish a policy with a pioneer provision. And we especially recommend that where there's, it's more of an emerging market and it hasn't been tested how profitable this kind of development is yet. So you could put a policy in place that applies to more types of developments, but have a 5-year window where you say, we're not going to actually turn this policy on until we've established that there's actually sufficient demand and that these kinds of projects are feasible and profitable in Kenmore.
Vice Chair Thompson.
For simplicity matters, I move that we include a pioneer policy as explained by our consultant in the draft that we're going to submit for public hearing, and that provided that we allow the staff to have the ability to do that on our behalf for the purposes of the public hearing.
Second.
Okay, well, there was already a motion on the table that we haven't really addressed. Okay, so that's an amendment. Okay. Okay, so there's a motion and a second about amending the main motion so that we're making some, I don't understand, some part of this a pioneer policy. Can you say that? Can you say your amendment again, please, Vice Chair Thompson?
For the record, Lindsay indicated that there were 2 ways to do it, but most importantly is that we needed to reserve the right to implement it at a later time if it looked correct. And that was called a pioneer method. Did I get that right, Lindsay, may I ask?
Yeah.
I did. Okay, so that's what my motion to amend the main Commissioner Olson's motion to include that in with the whole thing.
Okay, would you like to speak to that motion?
Pardon?
Would you like to speak any more to that motion before I open it up to discussion?
All I could say is I think Lindsay actually explained that if we ever would want that, if we don't do it now, then there would be a problem doing it later. So I would rather leave that to the council to make a decision whether they want to leave in the Pioneer or they can take it out.
Okay, I'll open it up to further discussion. Oh, I will entertain a motion to extend the meeting until 11.
Second.
Okay. Any opposed? Okay, we unanimously will extend the meeting until 11, and we will try to finish earlier than that. Okay, any additional discussion on the amendment?
I'm lost. Is the Pioneer Amendment what is the Pioneer? Like, is there a defined Pioneer Amendment or just adding something in that says we can do something X, we don't know what this is later?
Well, I think if I may ask Lindsay to explain that again, then that she can say it better than I can.
Okay, I think I just need a definition of exactly what that would look like before I can.
Yes, and sorry to introduce a new topic at this late hour. I think the important thing is you all were getting to what are you comfortable putting in place today, which was the first motion that you heard. And some of the difficulty in deciding that is you are worried about losing out on other types of projects where you have questions about how difficult it might be for builders who are building smaller projects of 3 and less units. And so if you are concerned about that, a way to reserve the option to do that in the future is to adopt the policy more generally for all kinds of residential development, but not enable the effective date to be turned on until some future conditions are met. And we've seen 2 ways of doing that. One is within a specific time period. So 2 years, 3 years, or 5 years, you can pick a time period, after which time you'll know a lot more about what that market for middle housing looks like. Or you can pick after a certain number of units have been permitted. And that's another way to demonstrate, okay, there is a market and the market's working to produce this kind of housing, and we're no longer concerned that it's not going to get built. So that's it's a way to address that concern that you don't have the option to do this in the future if you don't apply it across the board today. But the more important thing is probably for you to focus on what are you comfortable with putting in place immediately or as of the end of the year. And so I don't want to detract from you getting to resolution on that probably first.
My concern about the amendment is that I was under the impression that legally we were obligated to institute these policies at the same time. And so I have a hard time understanding how that would be legal. I've listened into a City of Kirkland Planning Commission meeting where they were explicitly told that they were not allowed to, quote unquote, bank this value that we're creating through adding the possibility for increased density in our neighborhoods. And so that makes me nervous about the Pioneer idea.
It has been done, and actually Kirkland has done it a couple of different times when they've adopted inclusionary policies. So I do think there's a legal basis for it, because you are putting property owners on notice that this is a requirement that would come into effect when certain conditions are met. It's the putting in place a requirement that is taking away value without any additional density that's been created. That's sort of the problem. But the timing of when it's put into place, you have some flexibility about how you want to apply that.
Vice Chair Vanderlyn.
hopefully this is helpful. Where I have seen provisions like this added to, generally what they state is something along the lines of, it's a requirement that within X number of years, let's say 2 years, a report will be given to the city council outlining the efficacy and success of the development of and the design of this program to be reconsidered or renewed. That I believe in this, I'm not a lawyer, so I'm not giving legal opinion here, but I think that reserves the right then to come back and take a look at this. And we're serving notice that there could be a significant change within a specific time period.
Commissioner Olson?
Yeah, so just to be clear, this does not necessarily require that by some trigger, whether that's time or number of units, we would have to impose this on all units regardless of, or all new construction, regardless of number of units being constructed. It would be reevaluated at that point in time, whether or not we would implement that or not, correct? That's my original understanding and what I seconded. That's my understanding.
I believe that's what Lindsay was trying to explain.
Okay.
Yes. That
So-
it's sort of a placeholder to say that you can do something
Reevaluate.
in the future.
Perfect. Yeah, no, that makes sense. I mean, I think it'd be a lot easier to make a decision around how many units are affected after we get more feedback and data on that, especially specific to Kenmore. So
And that was the intent of my motion.
Any further discussion? Commissioner Dorian?
I know it's late. I think I'd like to see some options next time. I'm aware we need to vote whether we're going to put this to public hearing, which I think we should. But just legally, like, I think we need some legal advice here, because we're changing the density, but we're giving people exemptions from the density. But can we rescind those exemptions without changing any density? Because it's an exemption. We're not changing the value. We're saying the value of the land is what it is. We're exempting somebody from having to do what everybody else has to. What happens in that scenario? I think we don't actually know. I think we need a legal advice. So that's why I'm thinking we need some thought coming back that actually is from a lawyer. So that would be my proposal, is that we ask for potentially, like, to see what this pioneer clause would look like, but also that we get some legal review on what we're allowed to do versus what we're not.
Vice Chair Thompson?
That's a very good point, but I think I could assure you, as with some of our other work that we've done over the last 4 or 5 years, that our city attorney takes very good care of looking over anything that goes to the council and something that has to do with the regulations of the city, and I'm probably, it would be a good guess that our 2 most competent staff sitting in front of us use her knowledge also. So I'm confident that that will take place, because they have, in fact, I think that it's all ordinances have to be signed as reviewed by the city attorney. I'm not sure if that's exactly the case, but I think similar.
I think it's more, I need that information to make a decision, because otherwise I'm acting based on what I think the law maybe might be versus knowing what it actually is. So.
And I feel your pain. However, we are under a time crunch, and it's something that we can fix after the hearing, if which we have done in the past. But I do feel your pain.
Commissioner Vanderlyn?
Vice Chair Thompson actually stated what I was going to say, which is I think we can move forward with a recommendation to go to public hearing about whether or not and what we're going to exempt. That's not a commitment. Make that up again later. I think you might be able to get some consensus on what should or should not be exempt.
Yeah, I will just say that I am uncomfortable voting for something that I don't understand as thoroughly as I feel like I need to in order to be confident in my vote. So I will be voting against this amendment. Is there any further discussion? Commissioner Vanderlyn?
I'll just add that I will also be voting against it, part because I also have lack of confidence in being able to actually judge this one. But also, just to repeat my earlier comments, I really don't think that, I think we should exempt all projects of all size. That given the amount of dollars we're talking about here, if you've got a 1,500 square foot, $6 a piece, that's 9,000. Even taking the low end, 350,000, this is chump change. Again, no developer is going to walk away from that deal. No purchaser is going to walk away from that deal. What we do is we lose a substantial portion of our ability to be able to raise funds to be able to support truly affordable housing. So that
Yes.
I'll be voting against.
Okay, point well taken. Let's try a voice vote then. All in favor of the amendment, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Okay, so the motion fails 6-1. So, so the motion for the amendment. Okay, so now we are back to the main motion on the table, which was Commissioner Olson's motion. Clerk, would it be possible for you to read back the motion to remind everybody about what it was?
Yeah, I have a rough draft. It was proceeding example 3. Is that, and fewer units, 1,200 square foot or smaller. So, sorry. Preceding exemption, 3 and fewer units, 1,200 square foot or smaller.
Okay,
Is that-
Commissioner Olson, is that as you had intended?
That's as I had intended prior to
Okay.
the amendment.
Would you like to speak to the motion again?
I would propose an amendment to remove the exemption for fewer than 3 units. If we're not going to change, I'm not sure. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, that's okay. That's okay. It's late, and I think that maybe if your brains are all like mine, they've powered down a little bit. So it's fine. We'll stick together. We'll get through it together. So why don't we have a discussion about the motion that is on the table? So the motion that's on the table is to exempt 3 or fewer units, develop projects of 3 or fewer units, and projects of 1,200 square feet or less. Shannon, can you nod if I got, okay, that's right. So I've already heard Commissioner Vanderlyn made some points about this just previous when he was speaking to the amendment, yes. And it was compelling. Does anybody have any other thoughts that they would like to share about this motion before we vote? Commissioner LaSalle?
Yeah, so when I had initially seconded that motion, I had misunderstood. So that's on me that the motion was for 1,200 or less and not 3 units or less. I have yet to be convinced that the restrictions for various points that had been made of units would be a requirement for making those projects affordable. But as Commissioner Macias mentioned, we have made a concerted effort to encourage smaller units, and I think that I would want to be consistent with that. So in its state, while I did second it, I would vote against it because I would be, for consistency's sake, supportive of the exemptions for 1,200 square feet or less, but not for restricting it under 3 units.
Thank you. Any other discussion on the motion? Okay, Commissioner Durant, go ahead.
Just to say that in other jurisdictions where they've gone down to one or more, there have generally been other exemptions that have been discussed. So I just think we should be aware of that.
Any other discussion? Commissioner Olson?
I would be curious to know what some of the other exemptions are in those instances. I'm aware exemptions create incentives implicitly. And I think that's part of why we should consider what those incentives are effectively.
So I'll just make a comment myself. I feel like what I've been hearing from Arch is that the number of units seems to be more of a deal breaker about the feasibility of development than the size, which was why they initially had proposed exempting 1 to 3 new units, because it looked like in some models the duplexes were infeasible, and we don't want to not have duplexes built in our city. But that above that, if there were more than 4 units, that the developments were feasible at any unit size. And so I feel comfortable with the exemption of the smaller number of units in a project, but not necessarily with the square footage. What I'm hearing is that developers will be incented to develop any project type as long as they can make money, and that it doesn't actually have to do that much with the square footage of the development. That is my current understanding, which could have some holes in it. But I do therefore feel I would likely vote against the motion. Any other discussion? Okay, is this a motion where we can do a voice vote, or do we need to do a roll call? Okay, let's do a voice vote. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Just to clarify, so the motion was originally, I think it was to exempt 3 and under, and then also exempt under 1,200.
Yes.
I'm out in favor, then aye from me.
Okay.
Aye.
Okay, so I've got 3 ayes so far. It's and. So I've got, okay, and we're going to try again. The motion is exempt units 3 and under, and exempt units 1,200 square feet and under. 1,200, 1,200, 1,200 or 1,200, depending on whether you like your units in 100s or thousands. Okay, so all in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 All opposed, say nay. Nay. Okay, the motion fails 4-3.
Did Vice Chair Thompson vote? Or your nay? Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so we're back with the question of how we want to proceed with question number 1 on the slide we can no longer see. Sorry, I'm getting a little punchy.
Lindsay's asleep. Poor Lindsay.
Yeah, Lindsay has to share.
You'd like
hers.
it to be pulled back up? Okay.
Okay. I think for me, what I would like to know is what the model says about both the number of units and the size exemption, because we saw clearly that when we tried to exempt units of 3 and under and at 2,000 square feet, that we excluded too much. And so I feel like I would like to be guided by the model and to just to know where the sweet spot is.
I would summarize the model is, I think you're right, that when you get to a certain scale of square footage, which in most of the middle housing prototypes, that's 4 units, you get a profit margin that's big enough for the policy to work and the projects to be feasible. And it didn't require an additional exemption for small units. So the question is, do you have an additional policy rationale and goal for creating that exemption, which isn't for the purpose of promoting feasibility or promoting affordable housing, but because you just want to create an extra incentive for those 4+ unit projects to include smaller units? Is it worth the trade-off that you might miss out on some of the benefits of the inclusionary policy? But it's the feasibility study doesn't show that you need that exemption once you get up to 4 units.
Commissioner Olson?
I'm leaning towards not having exemption for size, and we just have provision, pioneer provision for fewer than 4 units. And then maybe we get rid of even that in a number of years, but we start with just saying small developments, this doesn't apply to it. But then otherwise we rely on the cottage housing incentive of the additional density. If it pencils out and they're able to be profitable, which this seems to say that's the case, that's beneficial. And then the cottage housing, if it's over 10 units, would build an affordable, well, 60 to 80% AMI unit. Frankly, I'm pretty tired, so we'll see.
I have a motion if it would. So,
Yeah.
and I move that we keep the proposed code as stated. So all residential developments producing 4 or more new dwelling units will be affected by it. But we remove the line 1 on page 7, which is the, or lines 1 and 2, which is the exemption for units smaller than 2,000 square feet. We just remove the exemption for units under a square footage. So to state the intent of that, we would exempt projects with less than 4 units being built, but we would not exempt any size of unit. All the units would be.
Okay, so there's a motion on the table. Is there a second?
Sorry, I missed a part of that. Could you repeat?
Yeah, no, that's okay. Go ahead.
What page and about are you on, just so?
To 6 in the code, so that there's 2 bits that relate to the question that we're answering here, I think. So the first bit is all residential developments producing 4 or more new dwelling units shall provide affordable housing. So I'm suggesting we keep that. Then the next bit is on page 7. The new dwelling units smaller than 2,000 square feet shall be exempt from assessment of in lieu fees, but not from the count of new dwelling units in the development. I say we just strike that whole line, because then that means all we're doing is exempting the small projects. We're not doing anything to exempt any square footage.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Commissioner Dorian, would you like to speak to that?
Yeah, sure. So not my preferred option, honestly, but I think we need to get through to the public hearing at this point, and then if we hear things from the public at that point that would suggest we need to make adjustments, we can. But it's enough that I can compromise to get us through to the public hearing.
Okay, any other discussion?
Agreed. That's where I'm at. I feel like it could use some tweaks, but I need to think on it more and would appreciate hearing from the public.
All right, any other discussion? Let's do a voice vote. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, so there are 3 nays, 4 yays, so the motion passes 4-3. All right. Excellent work, you all. I appreciate you very much.
I would move that we instruct staff to bring everything forward for a public hearing on April
No, no, no,
15th.
I've
No,
got
we can't do that yet.
amendments. I have
I
amendments.
think that,
Oh,
I
okay.
would like that direction actually, formally.
Yeah. Is that,
I
or
still have
any other
amendments.
amendments? Sorry.
I still have my amendments.
Oh, you have more?
Those amendments failed, didn't they?
Pardon?
No. Dwight means these amendments, the printed
Yeah.
amendments.
Oh,
So I guess, can we, question Vice Chair Thompson, because these
I-
refer to being after a public hearing, could we give staff the direction to set the public hearing first and then we can describe,
Well,
or,
Madam Chair, am I allowed to speak to
Yes,
my
please.
motions? I mean, speak with regard to my motions. First, why I'm putting them forward.
Yes.
Okay. You know, we have done a lot of work on this with regard to environment, affordable housing, the climate action plan, a lot of those types of things. So what I did is the whereases, I'm talking about the whereases. And certainly some of them are not going to stay, but I already limited it out a few, but I pulled some things that would be referenced why the city has adopted this, which might not be in exact complete compliance. That means the city will have taken certain, considered certain issues and written the code in the way it was. So that this is I'm sure it's going to change, but I wanted to get it kind of started on the path to public hearing. So that's and the other ones are smaller, but we just forget about the questions, but there are I think some issues that and additions that need to be dealt with, like multiple family dwelling. It's both in and out. And I'm not sure why it's out in some and in others. And I tried to address that. And also for ADUs, it went from 600 to 1,000, and I wasn't sure why that on page 162, why that happened. And there's some questions about R1, why there's references to R1 and some of the pieces. And so those are little, I mean, we could address them after public hearing, I guess.
I am not prepared to address any more questions tonight, frankly. It's
And
11
I-
o'clock at night. I appreciate that you provided sort of an almost like a draft ordinance with the whereases. That's something that we would do once it gets to council. We would, you provide the whereases in the ordinance. The questions that you provided, I haven't had a chance to look at them. We only got them at 4:30 this afternoon. So we can take a look, and if there's any sort of Scribner's errors or grammatical things, we can I'm sure the rest of the commission would be okay with staff making those. And if there are any questions outside of that, we can still address questions after the public hearing if they're not adding a lot of substance. And from what I just briefly looked at them, they seem to be more clarifying questions or things like
Yeah,
that.
there's some of that.
So I think we could probably take these after the public hearing. I didn't see anything substantive, so.
Is
That
that
would be
okay, Vice
fine
Chair
with me,
Thompson?
as long
Okay,
as
great.
it's and also may I suggest that we make sure that we have the language indicating to the public that we may take action on this after the public hearing? I mean, action on the whole. Because we have to get it done right away, don't we? Or do we
I
have a
think,
week?
I think where we're at right now is based, I would like a motion that says,
Yeah,
we
well,
need
I
a
will-
quick extension, maybe for 5 minutes,
yeah.
hopefully.
How about I will entertain a motion to extend the meeting for 5 minutes. Is
Motion to extend 5 minutes.
there a second?
Second.
Any opposed? Okay, 5 more minutes.
So I think what I'm looking for is a motion or approval or direction from the planning commission to move forward with code amendments as presented tonight with the amendments approved by the commission.
I so move.
Second.
Okay, there's been a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Excellent work, commission. Excellent work, staff. Thank you, consultants, wherever you are. Do you want to talk about next steps for 1 minute, Debbie and Todd, or are you done for the evening?
We will make the changes to code as directed by the commission, and we will proceed with issuing a public hearing notice and get that out to the public with the draft code as soon as possible. And we'll also put notice in the top 4 so that there's more public notice out there, as well as the formal public hearing notice.
All right. So just for the good of the order, I will say that this was a hard thing that we just did, and I really appreciate that you stuck together as a group, and I look forward to getting things smoothed out as we move forward. So thank you so much. And with that, this meeting is adjourned at 11:01.
Good night, everyone.
YouTube videos. Recommended to me recently.
Night, Michelle.